Chat room. The intro went a little bit long there. I'm super sorry about it. I got caught up in conversation with girlfriend upstairs as I went to refill my water bottle. Oh, I really appreciate you guys' understanding. You're amazing. We return to the world of Minecraft today. If I missed stuff. Holy shit, I did miss stuff. Echo Company with 100 bits. Just cheer 100. Hello. Plus you died. That's true. That happened right as I went to step upstairs. Like, Selena came in the room, I turned around to talk to her, and I screwed up my elytra flight and popped a totem. I'm happy that you caught that. I accidentally just walked into the portal room. Yep, I did. I was jumping off of the hell's it called? The drowned farm, and popped a totem as I jumped down. Because I turned my head. I was sitting at my computer, obviously. Sitting at the computer, and then, death. Anyway, James Clawley E. Jones. Dawes apologize. Yeah, there's Echo. Already out. My dude, JPS AK. Yep, I absolutely did pop a totem. Rocket. Dark Poison. I'm just trying to catch up in chat real quick. Rocket's asking for a way to get the Bad Omen. Find a pillager outpost, my man. Ghosty. How are you today? They won't spawn in the tower? Yeah, so the easiest way to get them to spawn... Well, you can't make an auto killer because an auto killer doesn't get you the Omen effect. You, the player, have to manually kill a pillager captain to get the Bad Omen effect. So. My network isn't enough for watching streams. Oh yeah, that's right. I was supposed to lower the bit rate so that way more people could watch until we got big enough that we have the quality options turned on all the time. Dude, what is this Clawley with a 200 bit tip? Thank you. What happened? Just entered and turned my head and death. Yeah, so I was up in the drown farm right at the beginning of the stream, and I was planning on AFKing up here, but then girlfriend came into the room, and I was like, oh, girlfriend, lovely. I haven't seen you in a minute. So I turned around, so she walked in the room, as I was flying down, and I messed up the flight, and I popped a totem. So I died, but the totem stopped me from dying. Then I was like, oh, I just popped the totem. Dumb.
How quickly the tide
One
turns.
more blue with the Prime sub for 13 months. Hello! What a very lucky number. Stream lagging because quality options too high? I mean, that's not what it is. It's all about bitrate. That's not true. You could say stream lagging because bitrate too high, but quality options aren't the issue. What the quality options do is they fix the bitrate. But you're saying like, I'm hurt because my Band-Aid isn't big enough. Are you hurt because the Band-Aid's not big enough, or are you hurt because you just have a big wound? You're hurt because you have a wound that's very big. Not because your Band-Aid's too small. The yolk! Yeah, we don't need this stuff anymore, right? We could be done with this. We got all of this set up. I mean, this system and this system are effectively the same thing. Dude, what are you guys doing? Just dropping so many bits at the beginning of the... Whoa, Echo Company with a 1,500 bit tip right at the beginning. Cheers to popping a totem. Cheers, my man. Let me throw one out for the boys. Yeah. The yolk with the... Oh, wait, no. This was a good thing. This is something that we wanted to build once 1.16 came out proper. I'm so dumb. What is this? Clawley with the gifted sub to Dark Poison.
Great heroes can be found even here.
It helps
in the
to
mud
unlock the
and
prize
rain.
sub. Yeah. We got that rainbow experience bar. Is today Juneteenth? No, today's the 17th. These are an Eldon with the Prime sub, 9 months. TY. Anything I can do for the quality option? We just have to have more viewers. If you're on mobile, you should be able to set it to audio only, and then you can treat it like a podcast, but you wouldn't get the visuals. I'm a couple hydrates behind, and Clawley with another 100-bit tip. My man, thank you. You guys are amazing. You guys are so amazing. Oh God. And there was Dawes with another hydrate. Okay, hang on. I want to rename this because this should actually be just a target block. And that will be a new smart dispenser, right? It will be. Do we have a sign? Shine, shine, shine. Yes, we do have a sign. Sign. Okay, we're just gonna say like target block. So this will be a target block, and then we don't actually need that redstone, because if this is a target block, then this redstone will point, and this block, which will power the dropper all the same, and thus decrease the redstone that updates from 3 down to 2. Because right now we have 3 redstone that updates every time a smart dropper turns on. And in that case, it would be 2. Oh god, another hydrate? I just saw that. Anyway, you could lower the bit minimum to 95. I'm gonna keep it at $1 because that's what the I try to keep the bit amount and the donation amount the same, so they're in tandem. So I can't. I don't, because I don't want to make it like, do candy rabbits with 100 bit tip. Girlfriend, where did you get 100 bits from? Look at that cute emote. I was like, where's my totem? And then I realized that I threw one out for the boys. I watched an ad. Yeah. So wait, why for Spire for 5 bits? Why can't you watch like an ad? I made a raid farm and it's super useful. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Okay. So what did we want to do in today's stream? That is the question. We had something. How did we end last stream? Dude, you guys are going crazy! With another 100 bit, with the Pride 100. I love that. Look at that, dude. I remember way back when, I remember this is my Twitter page, right? This is, let's see, can I see my page? Media. It shouldn't be that far back because I don't tweet ever. Nope. There it is. Yeah. This was right when, so June of 2015, when, is this article still up? There's no way that the BBC is still hosting this article. Wow, it still is. U.S. Supreme Court legalized gay marriage. Yeah. From forever ago. I set it to audio only. So I said regarding the bits and the dollar donation are set to be the same thing, so that way it's fair for people either way. If we were to lower the bits, then I would feel obligated to lower the dollars, and like $101 are just such nice, even, clean amounts that it, yeah. You need to be in the US to watch an ad. Yo, where's your VPNs to be in the US? Yeah, crazy to think in 2014. I mean, for reals. We were gonna do something. Oh, I remember! Potentially Eric with the 700 bits! Any recommendation for a VPN that's nice and free? Oh, I don't know of any. Now look at the... Dude, that's a cool emote. The unicorn popping out of the, like, the rainbow heart? That's pretty sick, man. There is no such thing as a good free VPN. That was my immediate thought, but, you know, I don't know enough about the world of VPNs to have that opinion. They're all scams. Again, yeah, that was my thought. I was like, what's the best that you could do with, like, a free VPN? The best that you could do is, like, maybe it would have, like, a 1 gigabyte limit as a trial, and then it still tracks you and sells your data, which is the whole reason, which is, like, 90% of the reason that people use VPNs. Okay, I remember what we were gonna do today. I remember very much so. So we need to set ourselves up so that way we can, wait, was there a new snapshot today?
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Freaking Clawley is the legend. Clawley, I appreciate you. Minecraft pre-release. Are we in like pre-release 8 now? We're in pre-release 8? I don't think I've ever seen a pre-release go this high. Okay. That's just bug fixes. We must be close if it's just bug fixes. Structure blocks take and apply MBT data of entities and tile entities, so that's not big. We'll make it appear backwards in your hand. That's just graphical. Swapping tridents. So that's a graphical change. A graphical change. Graphics. A game crash. That's a big fix. .116 will be out in 6 days? Wait, why? Why do you think that? Did they just announce it? Oh, they did just announce it 2 hours ago. Grab your most fireproof calendar and start frantically circling June 23rd. The Nether update starts. Woo! Let's go! Retweet. All right. So for the people on the Minecraft Patreon world, we will be deleting and resetting the Nether in the Patreon world as well. So make sure this is, I'll put out an official announcement, or James, if you wanted to put out an official announcement to make sure that you have nothing in the Nether that you don't mind losing. So if you have a chest full of quartz in the Nether, go get it, because it's gonna get deleted. Okay. Anyway, not selecting a biome for floating islands, spawns an empty world. Okay, incorrect throwing animation. So there's some crashes that we're fixing, which is good. Honestly, the 23rd's a bit faster than I expected. I think I expected the 26th is what I called. Don't bring that garbage to my stream. He's just trying to watch an ad, James, to get 5 bits so that way he can support the stream and get the pride emotes, I think. Which feels real bad. Okay, anyway, like 90% of this is graphical, like the other 10% is like crashes. Saddled pigs accumulate speed when ridden in the water. That would be amazing. Piglins can spawn with gear with too many enchantments, including multiple enchantments of the same type. Imagine if that had gone live. You could have gotten like Protection 8.
Look at the size of that thing.
Do Eltrium with $10. Yeah! Another update. Hecka yeah. Hecka yeah. Imagine if that had gone to Eltrium. That's super generous. I can't even get back to reading that. Thank you. And like you guys have all been popping off today. Like Echo Company also did like $20 worth of bits. And Eric did like 10. Yeah, just everybody's just popping off, dude. One more Blue and Clawley and Eldon. Damn, son. You can get 5 prop 4? What do you mean? They really are lurking your videos. They wanted to show you up with your release date prediction. I mean, okay, so no jokes. Obviously, they're not lurking in chat. But we called like a lot of the features that were brought in 1.16. Anyway, piglins can spawn with gear with too many enchantments, including enchantments of the same type. That theoretically means that you could have gotten gold armor with protection 4, protection 4. So it would have been protection 8 on one piece of armor. That would have been insane, right? It would have been wild. God armor was possible for a moment. Anyway. Passive mobs don't spawn correctly, grass decays too quickly, game crashes when burning a tree in a custom dimension. So it's literally like, I'm gonna call it like 85% graphical, 10% game crashes, and 5% other. We're super close. Tree with the hydrate. I see it. Yeah, I'm still in 1.15 too. 1.16 releases Tuesday. What am I working on? So what I think I'm gonna do today. So again, we now have our day. And by the way, I bet it's a 50-50 chance that that day gets pushed back. Like, let's be honest. 50-50 chance that they delay it a couple more days. Anyway, we now have the day where the Nether is going to release, which means that we need to finish all of our Nether prep work before the 23rd. Sorry, I was like cleaning my glasses. I just couldn't see. They were so smudged. Okay, which means we need to finish all of our prep work before Tuesday. So we've got all of the beds. Let's do a quick recap of all of the prep that we've got so far. So in finding netherite, which is our big goal, so we really want to have full netherite armor and full netherite tools within the first, I'm going to say the first 3 streams. I want to have full netherite armor in the first stream, and then full netherite tools by the 3rd stream. So Tuesday, netherite armor, Wednesday, and so by Thursday, I want full netherite tools. Yeah. So, to get all of that stuff, here's what we're prepping. I have, oh dude, I gotta try this out. 1, 2, 3, okay. Alexa, what is 13 times 64? Alexa, what's 832 divided by 3? We have 277 beds. I don't know if you could hear Alexa. No, stop. Don't talk to me. We have 277 beds. Tail, what's up? I see you. Couldn't really hear? Okay. Alexa, tell me a joke.
Why did the supervillain cross the road? To get to the other side pit.
Okay, okay. Was that better, James? Chat room, was that better? All right. So we have, what was it, 277 beds that we're gonna destroy. That was a bad joke. It was a really bad joke. Her delivery was terrible. Still a bit muffled. I mean, the microphone's pointed at me, not at Alexa, so it's probably going to be a bit muddled in the background, which is fine because we don't want. This isn't her stream. This is the NIM stream. Anyway. No, Tail! Oh! He actually went through with it. The Mad Lad with the brand new tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Nimrods. Thanks for joining us. If you join the Discord and go to Discord connections and connect your Discord to your Twitch, you get access to even more stuff. Crowdfund a mic for Alexa? No, I don't need anything. Thank you. I said her name and she turned on. I wonder if we could. You know what I mean? Like, she has a 3.5 millimeter out. Could I 3.5 millimeter out into I don't know, like into a mic jack in my computer so that way she comes through the computer perfectly? Oh, she might be. Anyway, 277 beds. So now I'm looping back around. I think one more blue said it was going to take forever to find netherite. I'm hoping that it won't take forever. So 277 beds, and it clears something like I want to say it's like a 15 by 15. Oh yeah, that's right. Our portal's not there anymore. We actually built a smart portal. But then you'd have to monitor it so you could hear it too. Yo, you've got the big brain. You are 100% correct. So what my thought was, is I would route her, the AI, through my preamp that my microphone uses. And then my preamp could send that audio signal into the computer, but then my preamp also has the option to like listen to, so that way I could still hear it. Anyway. So this is the destruction that a single bed will cause, with the exception of obviously the obsidian. So what is this basically? So we have a pretty solid wall right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Where's our wall? Yeah. 13. That seems right. 13 because the bed is 1 wide. So we get about, it should be roughly a 13 by 13 area. A 13 by 13 area of destruction. Now, I don't know what the verticality is, but I would assume that the verticality is also a 13 by 13. Or I would assume that it's 13 cubed, right? Where's my up chevron? So I would assume that it's like 13 cubic blocks. Yeah? Yeah. So then we would want our paths. Wouldn't that just mean that we put them like 27? No, it'd be 20, which means our paths go 28 blocks apart. And the reason that we do 28 blocks apart is because it's for the same reason that you, for perfect diamond efficiency, whenever you're branch mining, you go 2 blocks apart. That's so cool. I like how that works so much. Anyway, so we've got 277 beds, which is going to take out, you know, a huge amount of space, right? An absolutely wild amount of space. In addition to those 13 beds, how are we going to get those 13 beds down? Well, we need to dig, so we're going to get to the correct white height. Is it 100% drop rate when exploded? It doesn't even drop when it gets exploded. The blast resistance on ancient debris, which is the precursor to the netherite, is so high. The blast resistance is so high that it can't even break. You could also do 3 blocks apart with offset rows above and below. Right. So we would probably do something like 28 blocks apart, because you think 13 to 13 means that you would want your... No. It'd be 15 blocks apart. I did that wrong. Yeah, it'd be 15 blocks apart. So that way you go, because you got to think of from the position of the bed. So if there's a bed right here, right? And then we blow up a 13 wide area. So 13 wide is actually just 6 out from this point. So 1, 2, let's use something that's not torches. I don't have anything that's not torches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is what it's going to blow up. And then it'll blow up 6 on the other side. So then we got to think something that's going to blow up 6 on this side. So then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the next bed would go here, right? And that would destroy every block. But we don't want to destroy every block. We want to leave like a small gap in between them. So we probably want to scoot this bed over by 1, which would leave a gap right here. But we would still see this because we would expose it from this side, from this bed. And if it were, say, right here, we would still see it because it would be exposed from this side in that bed right there. But we could, because of that, you know, because we would be able to see it from both sides, right? We're still too close. So we want to go another block apart. So then we scoot 1 further in. And now we'd be able to see this ancient debris from this left bed. And if there was an ancient debris right here, we'd be able to see that one from the right bed. So then we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, we should go 1. No, we'll do exclusive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it'd be 6 plus 6 plus 2, which is 14. So we go 14 blocks in between branches. That's what I think the correct branch distance with bed mining will be. Since the blast area isn't smooth on the sides, you'd want some overlap. Maybe the math might be more like you go 12 blocks in between branches, and then you got to think that it's going to be a sphere. Beds don't blow up in a perfect cubic area, it's spherical. So then you got to think that like how you want your circles to overlap. So this is something that we need to bust out our handy dandy paint. So if we have a, if we have a branch that sits right here, and we have another branch that sits right here, right? You got it. You got it. These are amazing drawings. And then we explode a bed, right? Something like this. Okay. If we were to put the same bed here, we get this overlap, which we don't want. But then, can I clone these things? Okay. No, that didn't work. Anyway, but then if we were to just put them side by side with each other, then we get a bunch of overlap, and then we end up with a dead spot. My circles aren't perfectly even, but then we end up with a dead spot right here. So what we really want to do is probably something that's a little bit more like this, right? So that way, and then this one should probably be a touch closer. I'm trying to make these circles roughly the same size. I'm very much so approximating this, right? So you would probably want to offset your beds, something like that. So that way there's the least amount of dead space. Possible, right? So now the dead space here is much smaller. And that's probably what you want to do. So if we're gonna try to split hairs with for correct placement, it's probably more like you want to place one bed on the 5th block in, and then so you want to place it down every, I don't know, beds every 14 blocks or something. But one of them you want to start at like the 7th block, and the other one you want to start at the 14th block. So that way it's like a zigzag pattern to get better coverage. There's a formula for best stacking of circle spheres that you can look up pretty easily, I think. Right, so that's probably what you would want to do. Should be able to get X, Y, and Z separation. I mean, if you could find me that. What Y does it spawn at? I don't know. I know it's deep. Where'd I get this cobblestone? I have no idea, actually. Anyway, what's the radius of the explosion so I can calculate it? We're gonna call the explosion 13, a diameter of 13. Diameter equals 13, yes. So a radius of 6.5. I heard it's all over, but more likely under lava lakes. I don't think that it prefers to spawn under lava lake. Well, hang on. That might be true, but they're presenting that truth incorrectly. So we know that there is 2 ancient debris per chunk, right? We know that. If the chunk is mostly an empty chunk, so let's then analyze what the area around a lava lake looks like. A lava lake is going to have a ton of air above it, so that it's got a ton of air, which means that and then we also know that the netherite prefers to spawn as low as possible. So it's unlikely that it could spawn in the ceiling. It still could, but it's unlikely. So if it's all air, and then it's all lava, let's say, I mean, the build limit in the nether, I believe, is still 256, isn't it? It might be 128. I don't remember. So if, let's say that it's 128. If, say, 80 of those blocks are air and lava, well, then it only leaves 48 blocks for the netherite to spawn in. Google says ancient debris can spawn in veins of 1 to 3 blocks at the y-axis of 8 to 22. I thought it was limited to 2 per chunk, or was my information wrong? My information might be wrong. It's still very early, so I think there's a lot of misinformation out there. Can spawn in veins of... Oh, in 1 to 2 blocks at y-axis. Okay, so my information was incomplete. Okay, let's finish your comment, because you've got to copy-paste. Ancient debris can spawn in veins of 1 to 3 at y-axis 8 to 22, and it can spawn in veins of 1 to 2 at y-axis 8 to 119. This means that the maximum number of ancient debris you can find in one chunk is 5. Okay. Ancient debris can also only spawn completely covered by other blocks or lava. This means you'll need to start another mine shaft. You won't run into any while sauntering across the nether surface. Cool. So 8 to 22 actually makes bed mining perfect. Because think about it. Think about bed mining. Nether ceilings at 128, build limit is 256. Okay, so I was referring to the nether ceiling, not build limit. So, yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, hey. Could you not? Could you chill, dude? Oh no. Oh no. Isn't bed mining dangerous? We'll bring some totems. But no. I'll show you a trick. I'll show you a trick that allows you to bed mine with 0 danger. Zero danger bed mining. You ready? Actually, I don't even need that many. I think I just need 2. You're telling me we can find ancient debris at Y69? Yes, it's possible. Okay, so looking at one more blues copy paste, which again, one more. I appreciate you so very much. I stand by with what I was saying though, in that if the chunk is mostly air and lava, which will be like lava lakes, then the number of spots that ancient debris can spawn, it goes from, you know, a few thousand, maybe a few tens of thousands, because you got to think like Y4, because the first 3 are mostly bedrock. So Y4 to Y127, because the top actually be like 124 because the top 3 are bedrock, right? So we could simplify that by saying 120 blocks of space, right? And if 80 of those blocks are air that's then above a lava lake, well, like, let's say like 60 of those blocks are air, and then the other 20 blocks, another 20 blocks are lava, and that only leaves 40 blocks that the netherite could spawn, and it's more likely to spawn between 8 and 22, which means that we do something like, the difference between 8 and 22 is 14 blocks, which is perfect for bed explosions. Wow, that filled up quick. Yeah, so I'm kind of... Whoa, one more blue with 100 bits. Keep working on these pride emotes. Yeah! Okay, so here's how you bed mine with no risk. So I have a feeling that this is going to be the thing, right? So we would probably place our beds down at like Y15 or Y16. And then we would do this, okay? So we place a bed, we place 2 blocks like that, and then we stand where we can see the edge of the bed, but the bed is largely obscured by the blocks. I didn't even take a heart. Not even a heart, and I don't even have my chest plate equipped. Like, I had my elytra on. The fire has damaged me more than the bed explosion did. And that's, so everyone, I think, is about to learn how to bed mine in the Nether. And you can see, obviously we have the platform here, so that way we just don't blow a hole through the world. But you could see the level of damage that this causes. Well, very clearly, it almost seems perfectly positioned for... It almost seems perfectly positioned for beds to blow it up. Or for beds to, or to use beds to find it. Might be a better way of putting it. So anyway, we have 277 beds, which we're gonna need to place something like 14 blocks apart staggered, right? Maybe 13 blocks apart, maybe 12 blocks apart, but then we stagger them. Okay. So one's on the, so if we start at Y, like X0, so and then we have two tunnels. Tunnel 1 is at like X7, so 7 plus 14 is 21, plus 14 is 35, plus 14 is 49. And then the other one starts at 14, so 14 plus 14 is 28, is 42, is 56. So that way those circles of explosions are offset from each other. That's probably what we do. We got that big brain going. I fry. It's just something that, like, because we're technically still a small streamer, we don't have the ability to, like, lower the quality and therefore lower the bit rate because we're a small streamer. If you remind me, send me a message in Discord to try to play around with lowering bit rates. 115.2, efficiency 5 diamond pick plus haste 2 is the fastest way of mining. 116 beds. Yes, I believe it. And like, how to get that much wood for all of those beds? You're gonna need a tree farm. So that way you can farm all that wood, so that way you can make all them beds. I consider you a big streamer? Well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Like, in the grand scheme of streaming, I'm probably I've gotta be like in the 1%, right? Like right now we've got 49 viewers. Consider how many people are streaming to empty streams, 0 viewers or like less than 3 viewers. Those outnumber everything by like 100 to 1. So just if you have more than 5 consistent viewers, you're probably in the 1% on Twitch. Does Netherite whore? Yes, Netherite gives it up for free. Does Netherite ore have enough blast resistance? Against TNT, yes. Against beds, I don't know, actually. I don't know if beds exploding into the Nether has a greater blast damage. What's the blast value called? I actually don't know. I don't know, actually. They have enough, says Tree. We might test it. Anyway, 277 beds. I'm still trying to answer one more Blues question from earlier. This is so long ago. 277 beds. We have What was the math on this? 9 times 3 is 27. Alexa, what's 1561 times 27?
1,561 times 27 is 42,147.
42,000 blocks worth of Instamine netherrack. They don't have to be crazy efficiency blocks or crazy efficiency picks. But we have 42,000 blocks worth of pickaxes, 42,000 netherrack worth of pickaxes. Mr. Pants with the raid! How's it going? Dude, are you guys coming from Minecraft? Did you see that 116 is coming out on Tuesday? The hype, dude. Netherite has the same blast resistance as obsidian. Boom. That's awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So with 42,000 netherrack worth of durability, I should be able to create all of the branches that I want, no question at all. Then, now that I have 1 billion branches spanning the entirety of my nether, I should be able to blow it to kingdom come with 277 beds. Do we want more beds? We're discussing Mr. Pants. So, okay, you've got a diamond pants emote. So you're definitely coming from Minecraft. Yeah, what up, dude? I see you, I see you. We're discussing the optimized way of mining for netherite in 1.16. Given the... so if we look at... one more blue had that good copy paste. Could you paste it again? Ancient debris can spawn in veins of 1 to 3 at y-axis 8 to 22. The difference between 8 to 22 is 14 blocks. A bed destroys a 13 diameter sphere in the nether, which is almost perfect for uncovering maximum, for the area that the beds destroy, a 13 diameter sphere, which, considering that the range for netherite, well, ancient debris to spawn is most concentrated in a 14 block area, you can place the bed down, explode the bed, and explode, and therefore expose every block that the netherite has a higher chance of spawning inside of. So beds will likely be the optimized way. So what it's gonna be is we're definitely gonna place, we were just talking about this. You're probably going to do something like make branches, something between 12 and 15 blocks apart. I don't know what the number is yet. We'd have to figure out like the circle overlaps and then figure out what that actually comes out to, the math of it. How are you going to activate the beds consistently? I literally just showed this, but out of respect to your amazing raid, I will show again. I will show again. So, how do we activate beds consistently? Good question. So I've got string that I'm fishing up in bulk, and it's also coming out of my darkroom mob farm. Yeah. So I've got a ton of string from the darkroom mob farm and from my fishing farms. And I have tons, like absolute metric buttloads of wood, because I have a AFK tree farm, like just 9 stacks of logs, just as bulk storage that I carry in my ender chest. We have, I don't even, how much is this? How many stacks? We've got all the wood in the world, chat room. You know, I've got wood. Wink. Working on the mouth, just about have it done. James, you're awesome. Okay, so how are we going to consistently explode beds without murdering ourselves? Please tell me that didn't put out my portal. Okay, I didn't have a way of relighting it. Okay, so there's a trick. There's a trick that you can do. Did we just get another raid? Lucky puppy. What's up, my man? Okay, so there's a trick. Note, I'm not even going to put on my chest piece. I'm not even gonna put on my chest piece. I put 2 blocks like this. I stand diagonal of these 2 blocks, and then I use the bed. I don't even take a heart of damage. And look at the exposed area. I've done this a few times now. Look at the exposed area that these beds are uncovering. So like, if you imagine, so we're gonna punch over here just a little bit, right? So this would be very analogous. Oh, I'm branch mining. I'm trying to find netherite right now. Okay. So then I would come in here. I'm gonna place a bed like this. So then I would destroy these blocks, and now I would get behind this block and I use the bed. Look at this exposed area. That is wild. And then I just continue. And so what you would actually do is you would probably dig a tunnel that goes hundreds of, if not thousands of blocks out, right? And then once you're at the very end of your tunnel, inside of an ender chest, you have shulker on shulker on shulker, full of the materials to make all of the beds. Each shulker can hold 277 beds, an insane amount of beds. So you have a bed placed every 10 to 12 blocks. We're working out the math right now. It'll probably be something more like every 10 to 15. But yeah, you've got the idea. You're there. So then you're now at the end of this like 1,000 block long tunnel, and then you place a ender chest, you pull out a shulker, you place the shulker, pull out the materials to make a bed, you make a crap load of beds, then you put it all back in your inventory, the ender chest, the shulkers, the materials, blah, blah, blah. And then working backwards, so that way you don't, because walking through this obviously would be a nightmare. Working backwards, you would then just start igniting beds. Or popping beds, or whatever you want to describe it. And then you just jump out like I did, and then you would take, another couple of steps over this way. I would place, another bed here. I dig 2 blocks like this. I blow that one up, and then I go back again. And there's of course an optimized distance that we'll find between each bed placement, and then there will be an optimized distance in between each branch mine that we'll find. And from that point, it should be just a very clean, easy to repeat process with minimal risk. There's still risk, like I could fall. Like let's say that we're floating above something. No, we couldn't be floating because we're gonna do this at like Y15. So the furthest that we could fall is 12 blocks onto Y3, which would be bedrock. So there's basically no risk from fall damage. So so we've got 277 beds in each shulker. We're probably gonna make a crap ton of shulkers. So the only risk that we then have is exposing lava and some... That shouldn't have happened. Did I accidentally shut this off as I went through? No, a zombie pigman spawned. Well, I guess that's just gonna happen if a zombie pigman spawns. We might need to make some way of preventing that from happening. Anyway, I'll worry about that in a minute. Let me finish this demonstration. So in your discovery of a 13 diameter blast circle, you might fall into lava. There's definitely gonna be fire everywhere. There's probably gonna be lava all over the place. Grog with 5 gifted subs, you're a legend!
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Dude, that's like $25 worth of subs right there. What a freaking baller. So we're gonna need some fire resistance potions because of all the fire and all the lava. So I built a potion auto brewer, and then I turned it on for just a little bit, and now I have a full double chest of fire resistance 8 potions. So the idea here is we make a bunch of branches. We make a bunch of branches, some optimized distance apart with the billions of pickaxes that we got. The billions of pickaxes we obtained by creating a toolsmith that sells us efficiency 2 pickaxes for 1 emerald. So we then bought all of them. Well, we bought a shulker's worth of them, which is still a lot, which gives us something like 40 some odd thousand durability that we can go through. So 40 some odd thousand durability is a bunch of branch mines. Then we work our way backwards through the branch mine, placing beds and popping fire resist potions. And that's how we're gonna find tons of netherrack. Like I expect that we should be able to find like netherrack per hour, like whole number netherrack per hour. That's what I'm hoping for. Cause right now, just branch mining or like regular TNT mining, which by the way, we are netherite, not rack. Sorry, I misspoke. You're right. Ancient debris. We are building up a huge supply of TNT as well. But in our testing and in the research that we've found, it does seem like beds are perfectly positioned to uncover the exact correct amount of area to speedily find netherite, netherite or ancient debris. One of my mods was doing the math, so James, so I think I have it, or at least pretty close. You want the beds to be 12x and 8z apart. You can swap x and z if you want. Okay. So if you think that it's, I gotta pull out MS Paint here for the new guys. So if you think that you have a branch mine like this and a branch mine like this, right? And then you have a bed explosion here, right? We gotta get the size correct. So if you have a bed explosion there, and then another bed explosion here, you don't want the next bed to be right here, right? This wouldn't be good because we are then left with this huge void in the middle, right? That's a huge amount of unknown space. So you would want to offset them. So that way this cleaned the void up. Obviously my size and scale is a bit weird here. So now the void that is unknown is a lot smaller. That makes sense? And so we're trying to figure out, so what James is now saying is, here's the math for the alternating, how we should alternate our beds. So anyway, I think I have it, or at least pretty close. You want the beds to be 12x and 8z apart. So it'd be to understand that, is that then, are you saying that we want a bed here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then a bed here? So is it on the 12th block, or is it a 12 block gap? To do this with a tunnel, each tunnel would be that amount apart, and then you would place the beds twice that distance in each tunnel. So you would go to 16 blocks each bed if they were 12 blocks away. So then we would want it 8 blocks up. Okay. So then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So probably like that. Names you can make: AFK Obsidian, Soul Sand, Crying Obsidian, Fire Charges, Gravel Farm, and 116 with the Piglin trading. I know, I'm hyped for it. And even more than those things, I'm excited for the quartz trading. So yeah, I'm hyped. I'm hyped. You're preaching, you're preaching. I missed a hydrate? Okay, I see. I'm gonna do 2 hydrates. I knew about it because of the quartz. That's what I was most excited for. So I think, and then, you know, imagine that we have some sort of facade here. This is a branch vine, right? So this row goes on for forever, 1,000 blocks. And then we place this bed. We would place this bed at like this is at -10. And so then we would want the next bed placed at 16 blocks in between each bed. You know, the average vein size for ancient debris. You can minimize your potential to lose debris in your void or hidden areas. That's what James is working out right now. I have the best mods, dude. So the ancient debris that can spawn between 8... No. Where was One More Blues comment again? Because she got the copy pasta that was flawless. I'm looking for it. The ancient debris, I believe, is a maximum of 3 at a certain Y height. So the Y height that we're going to want to be at is either Y15 or 16. So I would probably make the bottom, so like 15 and 16, right? So that way when we place the bed down, the bed is at Y15, right? Ancient debris, boom, she got it. Okay, cool. Veins of 1 to 3 at the y-axis of 8 to 22. And it can spawn in veins of 1 to 2 at basically the entire world. So it can spawn in veins of 1 to 3. So we have to just... There is no vein size that you can account for because it can literally be a 1 by 1 by 1. It can be a single block of ancient debris. So you just want maximum exposed for least effort. Actually, should we leave these? For the portal problem, you can have a small way off to the side with eggs and a trapdoor and some wither roses to kill them. Equals a small gold farm and less pigmen walking into the tripwire. That was smart! Yeah, let's do that real quick. Do I have room? That's kind of the question. I'll probably sneak something in this area. So yeah, we should be able to expose the highest amount of ancient debris. Beds are definitely the way to go, because considering that it spawns between Y8 to 22, right? So that is, you literally just do 22 minus 8, which gives you 14 of a... There's a range of 14 blocks that it can spawn in. Well, there's a range of 14 blocks that it spawns in the highest rates, okay? And beds have a diameter of 13 blocks when they explode, which means that they technically uncover 15 blocks. Because if you think that if it destroys from 13, so if it destroys, say that this is 13 to 13, even though this area here is only 15, is 10 wide, you still see what's on the wall here. So it's 15 blocks exposed. which means that if you place the bed right in between 8 and 22, which is, 15, 16, then you will expose the entire range from 8 to 22 whenever you blow up a bed. And remember that it is a diameter, so with the curved edges of the circle, you're not gonna get a perfect coverage, but you're still gonna, it fits perfectly. Bed mining is gonna be the way to be. I can't think of another way that you could have if you were to describe the absolute best way, like the easiest way to mine something that was extremely rare, you would describe something like, I want it to be easy, efficient, and I want it to be cheap. Well, beds are easy to make. It's wood and wool, which is also very cheap because wood and wool you can get in extreme abundance. Both are 100% automatic farms. Well, wood really isn't, but you can make an AFK farm and that would still work. Anyway, easy. It's literally just place a bed, hide behind a block, and right-click the bed. It's way cheaper than like a billion diamond pickaxes, and it's faster. It explodes literally the entire range that you need to have exploded. It seems perfectly positioned to uncover netherite. You should probably carry a flint and steel. That's fair. Isn't bed mining a dangerous in the ways of exposing lava oceans? It would be, because you gotta think that we're standing at Y1516, and we're gonna be just branch mining the crap out of Y1516, and then, you explode a bed, and it will explode up to Y22, maybe 23, I don't quite know the overlap there. In which case a lava ocean might become exposed. Yeah, that would be dangerous. If we didn't have an auto brewer that made us stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks of fire resistance potions. I don't want to put it on this side because I really, really don't want, this is going to be an exterior wall, and we don't want it there. They should be totally fine to be able to pathfind around a corner, I think. Yeah, they'd be attracted to the turtle egg in the same way that the drowned farm is attracted to the turtle egg. And so then they'd fall down the trapdoor gap, and then we'd have something down there that kills them. I could make it curve. Are you sure? Where's my other stone brick? What the hell? Oh, it's... And then we put a turtle egg right here. And then some sort of killing thing below that. How do we kill him? Fall damage? Because you can't make it lava. Zombie pigmen don't take damage to lava. Wither roses, that's what we do. It's definitely got to be wither roses. Yeah, Grog got it. We got it at the same time. So I imagine that they would come around this corner and fall just like that. Okay, I'm not going to set up the wither roses yet until I can confirm that it works. I have to go pee. You guys made me hydrate so much already. I already have to dehydrate. It's ridiculous, chat room. Ridiculous. Okay, and we're back. Why doesn't he just go to the end form? I don't have an end form. Who needs end forms? No Kappa. End forms are like so 2016. Check Discord Twitch channel. Blam. Made a display. Beautiful. What? Should we promote James the Mod? Because look at this, dude. That is wild. It's so useful. What are end forms useful for? No Kappa. $23 blocks between each bed. Yeah, I see it. Isn't James already a mod? That's why it was the joke. That was a joke. Enderman farms are useful for quick mending repairs. Wolf, whose gear even breaks in 2020? That is flawless. I mean, that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4. So you've even accounted for the spherical nature of the explosion here, which is just, yes. You don't want the circles to overlap. You would want them to be slightly further apart. not slightly overlapping. So you did perfect. This looks perfect. Okay. Useful for quick mending repairs. I don't even have anything. Okay, shovel, right? That needing to take your armor off will be fixed in 116. Okay, durability of the shovel is 1022. I mean, durability of the shovel just went up by 500. But okay. My shovel's full with experience left over. Huh. Definitely don't need to go to the end. I just repaired a third of the durability of my shovel in less time than it would take to even travel to the end. I could have had that done before you even walked there, let alone started up your Enderman farm. Oh, bulk ender pearls? Oh man, I don't know. Where do you find ender pearls? Who even has ender pearl? What are those? Who even uses them? Ender pearls? Gross. What are ender pearls? Who even uses them? I actually don't like the idea of leaving that not in my... Ender pearls. I need them for my ender pearl. Enderman farms are so 2016. Chat room. You're living in the past. It's the future. Yeah, Enderman farms are also useful to get like level 30 to enchant some stuff. Oh. Yeah, you got me there. It's real hard for me to get levels. Hang on. Don't look at this part, chat. Wait, hang on. I don't know how to do this. Wait, here's what we'll do. I'm level 4, okay? Don't look right here though. Don't look at what that says. It definitely doesn't say 398. I'm level 4. Can you tell? Amazing Photoshop, Nims. Amazing. I'm level 4. But this actually does transition really nicely. This does, no jokes, transition really nicely into what we're going to be doing today. Which is we're going to be setting up an experience furnace array. So we're moving the bedroom from one side of the base over into this side. So we're just mirroring it. You actually changed the title. Jesus. Chat room started it. Chat room's like, let me go to the end and build a billion things in the end that don't actually accomplish anything. I blame chat. Chat room started it. You may as well just made it 399 because we're like, admittedly, that's probably like 500 experience right there. That little nubbin that we need. Do you get to level 30 in like 20 seconds? I don't think so. That's what I'm building right now. Oh, okay. So we'll need to move our trash can, which is the thing that I was most hesitant to move. My Enderman farm is my best friend when I mined out my base by hand. I mean, I understand why you built them. I am trolling a bit. So it comes down to Minecraft philosophies, right? I don't want to ever leave my Minecraft overworld. Specifically, I don't even want to leave the chunks that my base is loaded inside of, because I have so much stuff that's just running all the time that it is extremely inefficient of me to leave the area that surrounds my base. Oh hey, let's finish the portal before we start the next project. Benjamin, how's it going, dude? Long time. I booted up Pogo for the first time in forever. Did I send you a gift today? I don't even remember. I may have sent you a gift. It's possible. Franz. Yeah. Oh, I opened your gift. Here, I'm gonna send you a gift back. Boom. I was a good friend. It's JG! Dude, that's another Kansas City. Okay. We were talking about this the other day because we've got some other like KC blood in chat right now. What's the best barbecue in Kansas City? And you can break that down however you'd like. You can break it down by meat, and then you can say like what place has the best like turkey, what place has the best pulled pork, what place has the best brisket, the best burnt ends. You can break it down however you would like. And then what place has like the best seasonings, the best sauce. However you feel. What am I looking to enchant on my diamond armor? Protection 4 on everything. If you want the explanation, I'll give you the explanation, but the simple answer is protection 4, protection 4, protection 4, protection 4. You do not want fire protection. You do not want blast protection. You do not want projectile protection. They're bad, they're wrong, they're gross. Asterisk, unless you played in 114, where you could make god armor. And then they were great, obviously. But that's only because you already had regular protection. So, hey, I've only been here a year. You still tried some Kansas City barbecue, right? And if you haven't even tried barbecue, have you even been in Kansas City? You gotta realize Nims has a coherent ideology that informs his world. He's not ever gonna do a copy of the most optimal YouTube farm tutorial. Well, see, most optimal, I take issue with, because, how do I explain this? I'm trying to think of the wording. Would you rather be making $5 an hour for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Or would you like to earn $20 an hour, but you have to show up and do the work? So, $5 per hour, and it just happens. You just have to exist. You don't have to do anything. Or $20 per hour, but you gotta show up and you gotta do the work yourself. So most optimal is a question there, because yeah, manually farming some things is going to be most, air quotes, the highest rates. But those rates are only active when you are actively present in that thing. So specifically, if I go to the ender, if I go to the end to then go to my ender, which is a weird sentence, but if I go to the end, go to my ender, yeah, it's gonna give me more experience and more ender pearls. Yeah, I don't debate that. But it's wildly inconvenient. It shuts off everything else in my base and my world. I'm not built in spawn chunks, so it shuts off everything else in my base and in my world. When I could build something that's a little less efficient, that's active all the time. And that's the thing. And that's, so most optimal, I'm not optimizing for rates per minute, I'm optimized for time active. So most optimized even has an asterisk on it, because I am most optimized for time active. Which is why which is why I would break down the most optimal quote. But I agree with your overall point. I am splitting hairs on you a little bit. When I take someone who hasn't had KC barbecue, I take them to Jack Stack. Okay, sick. Somebody sent me a thing of like Heinz barbecue sauce. It was AA alkaline. In Discord the other day, and my heart broke for them. I was like, ooh, Heinz barbecue sauce? Like, and it was branded like Kansas City. It was like Heinz KC barbecue something. And I was like, oof. Like, if this is the only way that you can experience it, then I guess it's the only way that you can experience it. But there's much better options out there. Anyway, oh, hey, Tail, I just see that you added me in Discord. So if you go to open up Discord, go to connections, and then connect Twitch to your Discord account, then you'll give it about an hour to then all their servers to sync up, but then you'll get access to all those behind the scenes channel. 20 and do the work because it would be more fulfilling, but you can't work 100% of the hours of every day of every week of every year, right? So if you look at it from a 24-hour perspective, 24 hours, right, at $5 an hour is, Alexa, what's 24 times 5?
24 times 5 is 120.
So that would be $120 a day, right? But if you were to take the same, let's say you take an 8-hour shift, 8 hours, and you multiply that by your $20. Alexa, what's 8 times 20?
8 times 20 is 160.
So manually doing the work, yeah, you come out ahead. for sure. But in the first example, and I really like these numbers that I've chosen because it is kind of an arbitrary number. But in the first example, you don't do anything. You don't do anything. And this is exactly the point. In the first one, you lose, there is an opportunity cost. So if you're unfamiliar with the concept of opportunity cost is saying, by doing this thing, I am unable to do anything else, in which case those other things that I could be doing might also be making me money, might also be benefiting me somehow. So in the first set of numbers, the 24 hours times 5, I retain all of my opportunity value. In the second one, I lose all of my opportunity value. Well, I lose half of my opportunity value, right? Because humans aren't active 24 hours a day. Humans are only active for about 16 hours a day, give or take a little bit. So I lose half of my opportunity value in the second example, but I retain 100% of my opportunity value. So is $40 worth half of your opportunity cost, or opportunity value? And that's the whole concept of this world, right? So yes, I do have slightly lower rates on Ender Pearls. Actually, I wouldn't even say slightly lower. I would say $5 to $20 is I would have a fourth the rates of an Ender. Yeah, I'm fine with that. But I retain all of my opportunity value, so I'm able to do other things at the same time. So in the Minecraft logic, I have my overworld Ender, air quotes here, overworld Ender, which is just a dark room mob farm that can spawn Enderman 2. But I'm also able to run my melon and pumpkin farm. I'm also able to run my villager produce farm. I'm also able to run my honey farm. I can AFK on my tree farm, AFK at my fishing farm. I can run my automatic skeleton experience grinder. My mushroom farms are all up and working. Like everything else for that opportunity cost, I lose everything else. But if I retain my opportunity value, then I can do a lot more with it. And I didn't miss the hydrate. I did get it. And so that's the concept of this world. Ooh, I like that word, holistic. Yeah. That's exactly what this world's ideology is. Okay, so we need to put a turtle egg right there. And the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Yes, 100%. I love that phrasing, Grog. You guys are getting barbecue sauce. Feels bad for Greece. I wonder what it tastes like. I like Geigerman's response. Barbecue ketchup. I don't, would that even sell well here? Like if I were to go to my local Walmart, would they even sell Heinz KC barbecue?
Great heroes can be found even here.
Benjamin's a great hero!
Rain.
Dude, you're awesome, my man. If you assume $20 an hour is 8-hour days for 5 days a week, and $5 is 24/7, you actually make more at the $5, I believe. True, you're probably right, because then you would, yes, you are right, JG. If we start to get that deep, then I need to fix my numbers a little bit, so I would reduce the value. Actually, wait, hang on. Yeah, no, that works perfectly. Actually, yes. Yeah, my numbers are perfect then. I agree with the expanded example that JG's provided, Because if you assume $20 an hour is an 8-hour workday for 5 days a week, but the $5 an hour is 24/7, happening 100% of the time, then when you account for the days that you're unable to work, because of 5-day work week, the 24/7 at a fourth of the rates eventually pulls ahead. And that's a perfect analogy for the concept of this world. Yeah, I like that expanded. You guys, chat room, you are on point today. It would be because of Mahomes. Yeah. Look, he can't. Let's be honest. Mahomes is a cutie, and he's the Super Bowl quarterback, Super Bowl championship quarterback in his second year. Like, dude is as close to American royalty as you could get. He had to be flawed somehow. He had to be flawed somehow. Ketchup on steak. Disgusting. Time is it? Okay, it's noon. We can get there. I gotta go get a turtle egg, or maybe a few of them. People are getting stuck on the arbitrary numbers. I mean, they did fit pretty well in the grand scheme of things. By the way, I had to duck out yesterday. Didn't cutting the iron farm in half fix cats? So far. But remember that when we put up the wall, that also seemed like it fixed cats. And then, our time scale got longer, and it showed that it didn't. So, here's the thing, you could be making 20 and then come back and make 5. That's kind of the point. That's kind of the point. How did a bee get all the way? Oh, that bee's gonna die. Isn't this the place where we found the turtles last time? That bee is so gonna die. I could have sworn that was where we found the turtles last time. Turtles? There's like nothing. We got hitboxes enabled, and there is nothing. Anyway, Steve, so that's kind of the point. If you take the $5 per hour that happens automatically, then you could take a second job that's not part of the original deal, and then you could earn extra at that second job, which is the whole concept of like opportunity cost. Can this argument be used for automated manufacturing? I mean, I think so, because isn't that how you would justify like factories being able to produce goods and services at such a low cost? Turtles. I like how I can see all the way down there when I'm on the surface, but as soon as I get in the water, it just becomes so obscured. Where the hell these turtles be? Wait, what? I need turtles! Are turtles killed by anything? That just looks like dolphin, squid, and fish. Drowned kill turtles? I thought it was just turtle eggs. They kill turtles themselves? I think there was one. Where you see these turtles. Just go to another place. Don't backseat game. But yeah, they're definitely not gonna come back. I don't know what happened to them though. I'm not over here all that often. What would have made all the turtles despawn? Maybe we should set up some sort of like turtle farm or something like that. Once we do find turtles. Okay, so you need shears to get that. I didn't know if you could get it with Silk Touch. Another bee that's gonna get itself killed. One turtle. Do you have friends? Hello, turtle friends. Yes, blessed be. No, come back, other turtle. You, come to me. I need to skip the night so that way we don't get a bunch of drowned. Oh God, where'd the other turtle go? Where's your friend? Okay, there's your friend. I found him. Come on. Come on. Come, both of you. Yes? No? Stop. He bounces. Yes, come back. Yeah, no, come, yeah. Turtle. Okay, we got the experience. This is... Turtles, why you gotta do me like this? She just kind of teleported up there, didn't she? Oh my god, there's a creeper. Don't mess with my turtle eggs. Seems like she's struggling a bit, doesn't she? Huh. It will happen. It always does. Okay. I'll be patient. Man, by the time she's done laying these eggs, she'll be able to make some more eggs. I mean, there they are. We got the boys. Sorry, don't mind me. Okay, she's not ready to breed again. Go look over here. There's a turtle. Turtle. Where's your home, turtle? You have a friend, turtle? This was the most wild generation I've ever seen in Minecraft. You literally have a village that's intersecting with an underwater, like, monument. Oh. Oh, there's another turtle. Okay, so we gotta get you, turtle. No, come back. Baby, come back. Any kind of fool could see there was something in every turd about you. Okay, turtle. Come here, buds. Come here. You're gonna be the best of buds. No, stop. No, you. Yes, smooch. Okay, they made the experience. I'll take the coal. Is he really gonna go for this one sand? Is this really it? Turtles can start making new eggs immediately, but he wouldn't breed. I tried to give him my seagrass and he wouldn't take it. which is why I left to go find new turtles. So we could get more eggs. Is there such a thing as a turtle farm, though? Like, no memes. Put sand for her? I placed down all of this juicy sand and you don't even care? It's fine, you gave me eggs. I think one of the eggs destroyed the third egg, which is a little bit sad. See, I can't right clicker. It's fine. The other two turtles will probably be ready at this point. We got the one turtle. Where'd a second turtle? Where'd your old boyfriend go? Oh, what is he doing all the way out here? Buddy, you're so far from home. Mir. Come here. Oh, stop. Hey. Focus up. I don't think he's following me. Okay, maybe he's following me. I just want to get them close to the beach. I see my breath. Okay. It's like there-ish. Okay, maybe not. Yes, make another baby. The shells create a special helmet? Yeah, we had one in our last hardcore world. It was really nice. But they're the equivalent of iron armor. Look at him go! Oh my goodness, dude! Are you done yet? My man. Have you done enough digging? You're a turtle, not a dog. I'm amazing, Jack. How are you? Wow, 2,670 days, and level 398. 398 feels bad, man. I was at like 412. We gotta get back there, chat room. But thank you. It's been a journey. Yeah, my personal best levels was like 400 and... Was it 412? Yo, where... Okay, there the eggs at. I was like, where these eggs be? Move. I accidentally bounced on them a little bit. Okay, we need to get real close. And then we need to destroy them like this. So that way when they pop off into my inventory and not back onto themselves. So it doesn't destroy them. Can I give you the eggs? Can you guys breed again? Hell yeah, brother! So I made a crabby little turtle farm today, hatched a couple of eggs surrounded by a fence, and then just took it from there. So, like, does it need to be beach biome for the turtle to lay their eggs? Or if I were to take these turtle eggs completely inland, but then place them on sand, would they consider that their home beach? I don't know. Okay, so I could just have, say, over near where I have the quad chunk slime farm, or maybe even the raid farm, I could put a turtle breeding station, because we don't want those entities to be loaded 100% of the time, right? We want those entities to only be loaded when we need them to be loaded. It's not something that we just need running 100% of the time 24/7, right? You bred the hell out of them in my taiga biome? Okay, so that answers my question. So we could take a couple of these spare eggs, and maybe not right now, definitely not this stream. We can take a couple of the eggs and near the raid, near the quad chunk slime farm, near the raid farm or the quad chunk slime farm, and we could then set up some sort of turtle breeding facility. Okay, I'm proud of you. Now please move. She's like perfectly squatting her eggs. Yes. Be gone, thought! Okay. Close as I can. 10 eggs, I'll take it. 10 out of 10. Amazing job. Let's get back to the base. As long as it's sand, it's home. Okay, cool. If it hatches there, that's home. It breeds there and only there. Okay. So we would have to hatch 2 turtles in that same spot. Yeah. Okay. Meow. So for the purposes of our testing, for a... I hate the downward momentum that your Ender Pearl will sometimes get if you try to throw while jumping. Anyway. So this is just a test setup. Right? That seems good to me. So say you're a zombie pigman that just spawned inside of our portal room in that like 15 seconds that it's still loaded after we, the player, travel to the nether. Hopefully, he sees the egg here and he tries to walk and get it, in which case he lands here on the grass. Right? Do you know if the fish farm I'm using will still give experience in 1.16? Yes, it will. So let's just turn that on. And we'll just leave it on for a bit. And then let's destroy this one, and then we can start working on our next project. Yep, fishing farms will still give experience. Fishing farms have been like way overhyped for what's changing to them. Like, they're not breaking, they're not disappearing, it's not that big of a deal. Fishing farms were way too powerful for what they gave you, especially how early in the game and how cost efficient it was for the fishing farms to give you those things. So you could literally get your forever bow, right? You could get a forever bow off of a fishing farm within the first 5 minutes of using it. It's random, but it's possible. You could get a Mending Protection 4 book within the first 5 minutes of using a fishing farm, which you could throw on like your armor or your legs. It's random, but it's possible. And that random chance becomes more and more a reality the longer you AFK at a fishing farm. So fishing farms were just way too strong for what they offered. Way too strong. So they got rid of it. And I think that that's fair. Do they need to make eye contact with the egg? That's kind of what we're testing. So if this portal is ever off, we know that a zombie pigman walked through it. But if the portal is on, but there's a zombie pigman in this hole, then we know that this setup works. So it's a little bit hard to say. I really doubt that they need to make eye contact with the egg because the way our drowned farm works, drowned don't make eye contact with the egg. So you can see here that we have an egg on top of glass, but the glass surrounds it. And before you think it, don't think mobs don't see through glass. They just don't. So like, that's not a thing. Mobs can't see through glass. You just have to trust me on it. So the only way for them to directly see the egg is to actually just be in this line. And yet, I can prove that they see the egg is because this guy is refusing to attack me. I'm literally I'm body blocking his path, and he's much more concerned with getting to that egg than he is to fighting me. He's a drowned. They aggro the player by default. But he's so interested in the egg, he doesn't care about me. Are you on Snapshot? Nope, still in 115.2. Even this dude with the trident. He just doesn't care. He doesn't care. I punched a dude. He doesn't care. Now, some new dudes might care because they might spawn because of the reinforcement mechanic. But yeah. Are you waiting till it's out? Very much so. Remember when pre-release 2 came out and it corrupted everybody's worlds? Or wait, pre-release 1? Yeah, pre-release 1 ruined every world that it came in contact with. I'm gonna wait until it comes out officially. $3.99. Ding! What are you doing? I'm showing that eggs, or mobs don't need line of sight to path to eggs. So I don't think that a pigman and future piglin spawning through my nether portal will need line of sight to be able to path to this egg. I think he'll just be able to see it anywhere he is. Will you reset your nether? Yes, I am definitely going to be resetting my nether. I gotta stretch. Ooh, buddy. I think Mojang shot themselves in the foot with the endangered species they've added, like pandas. They're so annoying to breed that I feel like they might just deserve to die out. But my realism. Alright, so the thing that I want to work on today. So stepping back and looking at this conceptually, right? We still have a lot of AFKing that we need to do before the 116 comes out. Specifically, I want a bunch more gunpowder, so that way I can make a bunch more TNT. But if I'm going to be doing a bunch of AFKing, I want to make each one of my AFK sessions even more and more valuable. So, the next thing that I really would like to do is I would like to convert this little empty room, which we still need to take the trash can out of here. I would like to convert this empty room into a storage system for cactus, as well as a experience furnace array. And it might not need to be an array, it might just be a singular furnace, but that might be splitting hairs. Pete, well, thanks for the kind work, Pete. Why would you breed pandas? I don't know. Okay, let's, I actually have no idea how to build a villager, or excuse me, a furnace experience farm. Isn't it just like hopper into the furnace, one of them being bamboo, another hopper into the furnace being cactus or kelp, and then the output of the furnace being into a smart dropper that destroys the item? Isn't that literally it? Isn't that... that doesn't seem like a particularly hard setup. Nope, I didn't mean to click that. Okay, well, let's move this over then. Make an offline XP farm. Yes, the longer you are disconnected from your world, the more experience you get when you load back in. If only. Okay, so after that, I need string and cactus. And sand. String, cactus, sand. You need to be able to take an item, get out the XP. Right, so the bottom hopper needs to be controllable by a lever. Right? Make a zero tick. Zero ticks are getting removed in 1.16, and even if they weren't, zero ticks are taking advantage of a glitch in Minecraft. And therefore, in my mind, they're cheats. And Mojang agrees with me because they're being patched out in 1.16. Okay, so I guess I shouldn't have put that up there. I should put that. So yeah, I refuse to build with anything that's like borderline glitch, based in a glitch, something like that. Yeah, I won't do it. I won't do it. No, that's way too close. What am I doing? Am I on drugs? And then sand would go here. And then string there so it doesn't try to grow. Alright. Alright! Lever should work. I remember powered hoppers not taking items out of blocks. Exactly. Unless there's... I mean, the only thing that maybe I could see it having a problem with is, like, if I flip the lever and then I forgot to, flip it back. That might cause problems. Okay, so I'm gonna need a block. I think I got it. Okay. Well, should we take a screenshot? We probably should. What's my screenshot button? Is it F2? Did it get reset? What the hell is my screenshot button? Options. Controls. Screenshot. F11. Oh. Well, blam. Let's open that up in another monitor. So then we have solid block. Let's see, it looks like it comes out. It would be a block here. And then it would be 1, 2. Oh, that's super interesting. These circuits overlap, but in a non-destructive way. They're perfectly fine to overlap in the way that they do. Wow, that's kind of very fortunate, actually. Didn't get any of the redstone I needed out first. I have no repeaters. Thankfully, this one only requires 1 repeater. And I also need a daylight sensor, so let me go swoop that from the, I think we could just full break this now. Destroy the cactus first, so that way we can destroy everything else with no risk. Nice. Why does sometimes you get those, like, goofy jumps? The derp jumps. So this will be permanently exposed to the sky, which it is, so we're good there. Into this, into that, set to subtract mode. Another boy set to subtract mode. A 2-tick repeater. And then redstone for days. that should be a trash can. This should be a trash can that only becomes active in the midday sun, aka whenever I'm not in my bedroom. Because I'm only in the bedroom at, you know, right before bed, and then in the morning whenever I wake up. So I'll never be in the bedroom in the midday sun, so I won't ever accidentally throw something away that I didn't mean to. What made this smart dropper better than the one that you have in your skeleton farm tutorial? I mean, so not this, but the one from earlier. 2 redstone. So this will eventually be a target block, which the target block then redirects redstone. So this redstone will actually be a T. So it'll be out of the repeater, into the side of the comparator, but then it'll also point into the target block, right? So then we would observe, well, we would compare the signal out of the dropper into the block, into the redstone, into the block, into the repeater, which then sets the signal strength to 15. So this would be a signal strength of 1. So 1 into this block, 1 into the dust, 1 into the block, and this would be a T or a cross. It wouldn't be a dot. So signal 1, signal 1, signal 1. Repeater makes it signal 15 1 tick later. So signal 15, signal 15, 15, 1 minus 15 shuts this off. But then it would turn back on because it's now 1 minus 0 as soon as it's off. So then that's how it makes the clock. So if this were full, you can see that it does make the clock. The issue is it doesn't point into the dropper. So you can see the signal strength of 1 being, so 1 minus 15 is 0. But then whenever it becomes 0, it turns back on again. So you get it, it makes a clock. But the clock doesn't then power the dropper. So when this block is able to point this redstone at the dropper, it will. And that will happen with a target block, which means that we go from, so this system uses a comparator, 2 redstone, and a repeater. So comparator, redstone, or comparator, repeater, 2 redstone. Comparator, repeater, 2 redstone. Comparator, repeater, 2 redstone. Our existing system requires a comparator into redstone into a repeater with 2 more redstone. So comparator, repeater, 3 redstone. Now the reason we're not so concerned about the cost of 1 dust, because 1 dust doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of like Minecraft cost. However, 1 activating and pulsing redstone dust is very, very, very laggy. Put the redstone on the dispenser, I mean that would work for now, but that's 3 redstone. Whereas this will be 2 redstone. So we're not concerned about the cost of the dust. We're concerned about the cost of the lag that the activating dust creates. And redstone dust activating is very, very laggy. So this system will be a better smart dispenser than the existing system come 1.16. Does that make sense? It'll be less laggy. I want like half of my repeaters. So after you get full netherite stuff, what will be the project? Oh, dude. Oh. Maybe we should light that up. Well, now we've got an Enderman man out of this. Dude kind of hurts. Okay, maybe he doesn't hurt. That's a big question, my man. After you get full netherite stuff, what is the project going to be? You're talking like, what's... So let me rephrase your question for you. What is the project you're going to be doing 3 weeks from now? That's a bit weird, right? Because I don't know that far in the future. I could tell you what's on our docket. I guess I could answer it that way. So like, any one of these projects? Guardian Farm, Mob Proof the Base, Mine Out the Hill, Fix the Torch Spam, Storage Tower Trash, Witch Farm, Phantom Membrane Farm, Cactus Farm, which we're kind of doing right now, Prevent the Cat Spawns, which we may have done, Pumpkin Carver Bone Meal Out, End Wither Rose Farm, Finish the Slime Farm, a Kelp Farm, a Furnace XP Array, which we're kind of doing the Kelp, or excuse me, we're kind of doing the Cactus and Furnace XP Array at the same time. Once the Wither is once the Nether is reset, then we could definitely build these 3 things. So in addition to everything on the first page, we could build a Gold Farm, a Wither Skull Farm, and a Nether Hub. So take your pick. Whatever is most applicable for that point in our world. Okay. Are gold farms broken in 1.16? Some of them are. Yes, but not all of them. For fixed torch spam, is that replacing all the torches with an optimized grid for lighting an area? Probably. It might also be like finishing mining out the surrounding 128 block area. Basically, I want to take, because like if I stand in the equivalent spot of my AFK room, which is about here. Can we see monsters through this hole? I'm trying to stand as far back as I can. Yeah, there's just no clean lines of sight. See, I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's monsters over there. They're just not rendering. Can we make something too dark? Anyway. So, okay. I thought I fell a huge distance. I need to get all these guys to stop spawning, because every time that I am AFK inside of my AFK room, they're hurting my rates. Dude, I just saw what Clawley posted in the Discord. Check this out, chat room. So you know how we have the ore borders texture pack, which allows us to see like this border around our ores. So here's the diamond. I was trying to look and see if there was anything actually inside of this chest. We should be able to see all of them. So you see how we have the borders? Clawley just posted this photo to the Discord. The ore borders texture pack just found them diamonds. That's awesome. because you wouldn't have been able to see those diamonds under the lava normally. And there was a block on top of it. That is literally the exact scenario where that's cool. That's cool. Oh, hey! Oh, I gotta creep on how you set up your action bar, too. Sword in 1, pickaxe in 2, shovel in 3, but then your axe in, like, 6? Torches in 4. Where's your food? And nothing in the... Wait. You don't even... I guess you're not in hardcore. But where's your offhand? Food is for the weak. That's a pretty good layout. I approve. You don't have any food yet? You found diamonds before you found food, then. That's what you're telling me. Okay, so how do we make this, like, furnace array? So the cactus farm is definitely just gonna go right on top. Yeah? Let's set up a prototype, because I don't think that I'm gonna like building this for the first time in that space. Okay. I also will need furnaces, and that's it? Yeah, should be. I found diamonds before I found coal even? What an amazing cave system did you find? I think I've worded that weirdly. What amazing cave system did you find? So you've got to have something like this, right? Where, and then this must also be true. You need to have this hopper be able to turn on and off. You need to be able to have that hopper turn on and off so that way the items can build up inside the furnace. That way the player can interact with the furnace and thus pull the experience out. You could always make charcoal, Clawley. Oh my goodness. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. And like, I don't know. I kind of feel nauseous because of how tired I am. I'm trying to stretch. Hexadin renamed Hydrate. Ooh. There's not a whole lot in there. It's very low. Did you compensate your lack of sleep with extra water? I did. I've drank like 2 of these today. So like 48 ounces of water? I think this is a 24. Yeah, 24. So 48 ounces of water. I mean, this should be it, right? This is why I'm so confused. Because don't you literally just take... What's something that we can just smelt? No questions asked. We'll use trees. So strip the oak logs. So pretend, I mean, so the bamboo is going to be real, right? So the bamboo comes in through the back, and then goes into the fuel slot, and then the stripped oak logs will actually sit inside of the cook spot, and as soon as they finish, it'll get pulled out by the hopper. Right? We don't even see it in there. Now, the issue with this system is if I wanted to then, it just runs all the time. Now, if I wanted to pull the experience that's building up inside of this out, and there is experience, there's 2 items worth of experience in there now 3, how do I get that experience out? So I would pause this hopper, and now whenever an item finishes smelting, it stays. And now me, the player, I'm able to pull that item out manually and thus earn some experience. Why didn't it make noise? Why isn't it making the noise of, like, getting experience? Why is this not working? Are you gonna smell cactus or kelp? I don't know yet. Truckle doesn't have a 100% chance to grant XP. There we go. Experience gained. Huh. Use a comparator to always keep just one item in the furnace to pull it out? Or does that not make a difference? Well, what the likelihood would be is that we're running out of bamboo, so that's a good question. Does the comparator measure the amount of fuel? I need more bamboo. So what's the difference between kelp and cactus then for earning experience? Because I'm open to doing either. Okay. So by pulling this out, it goes from 5 to 1. Okay, putting in more items at the top increase the signal strength. Pull those items out, put these items in. Signal strength is still at 6, which is the exact same as this. So the problem with trying to say that I have exactly one item in the output assumes that I would be able to keep my bamboo farm's isn't fast enough for that presumption. I don't know if that makes sense, but whatever farms that we feed this with will have to be faster than the furnace can use them. Because and this is why, in order to detect the output, we would have to, is there a difference here? Dude, what is this? Appios with the new Prime sub. What's up, my man? Okay, so one item in the output does not increase the signal strength to 11. So it would have to be some, there's a threshold for sure, where some number of items in the output will increase the signal strength to 11. But the only way to reliably detect that number in the output is to have a perfectly high number of items in the fuel and in the, I don't know what you would call this spot here. Smelt spot. Oh, I didn't want to pull them out. I wanted to put them in. Damn it. Okay. Aphios, dude, I appreciate your Prime sub so very much. Thank you. It is pretty cool. And it would work if my bamboo farm was faster, because we could absolutely just build so the wood here is representative of either kelp or cactus. So we could just build a huge cactus farm or a huge kelp farm, and then, like, problem solved, right? We have more than enough that we could ever go through. It needs to be faster than a furnace. Which is like saying, how long does it take to smelt an item? It's like 1 item every 8 seconds, which means that whatever farm that we build needs to provide... So it's 4 bamboo per item. So that would be 4 items every 8 seconds. So we need a bamboo farm that produces 1 bamboo every 2 seconds, which is just insanity. And then we need a cactus or a kelp farm that produces a cactus or kelp respectively once every 8 seconds. And then you need it to be slightly faster, so that way you never run the risk of, like, bad RNG, bad luck. So then you would want your bamboo farm to operate at like 1.1 bamboo every 1.5 seconds instead of 1 bamboo every 2 seconds. And then you would want 1 cactus kelp every 7 seconds instead of once every 8 seconds. So that way you would maintain perfect rates or perfect fullness of these 2 spots. And see right there. So at 11 it would turn on, and then as soon as it goes to 10 it would shut off, which looks like it's 8. Maybe it's 9. So it might be 10 is the threshold. Yeah, 10 is the threshold. So what you would do is then you would say, you would put a comparator into the side of this with a signal strength of 11. So this comparator would never turn on unless it was at 11 or higher. And that's what this setup would do. So you would put, you know, some sort of storage block there, some sort of storage behind it. And then you would run then you would take this 11 signal out, and then you would have it run into a torch. So the torch is pausing the hopper whenever the signal strength is less than 11, but whenever the signal strength is 11 or greater, then you would shut off the torch, which would turn on the hopper. Does that make sense? And that's how you do it. It would be a super simple circuit. Would blast furnace work better or different? No. You can't put cactus and bamboo and kelp into a blast furnace. You can only put them into regular furnaces. You can smelt kelp on a smoke. Wait! But can you use bamboo as a fuel source in a smoker? How do you make a smoker? Well, that... I think that you would want it to be slower. Okay, so the first thing that I think that we're going to do before we do that is I think that we expand our kelp farm. Because clearly we're not going to have enough kelp, or excuse me, we expand our bamboo farm because clearly we're not going to have enough bamboo to drive this sort of setup. But pay attention, we're going to get some experience here. Maybe we can see our experience bar move a pixel. Yeah, no, it didn't move a whole lot. I didn't think that you could use them, but today I learned. Oh, okay, so can we expand our bamboo farm? Ooh, buddy, it's gonna be tight. Oh, it's gonna be me. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, we could definitely get like 6 more blocks, 5 more blocks, 5 more blocks. We might have to redo this water stream as well. Where's the hopper that goes into this? Is that it? Come on. It won't let me fly in there. Anyway, I see the hopper. You can just barely see it right there. I can't click it though. But you can kind of see the grayness of it right there. So I could probably take... I could probably cut this water stream in quite a bit. So let's go get some buckets and cut this water stream in. So that way we have more room for a second layer on the bamboo farm. I can smell kelp on a smoker. Wild to me. Anyway. I need ice. But again, as I think about that, like, am I going to have the bamboo to do that? I don't know. Nims, I listen to Dad Rock. Also, Nims sings Backstreet Boys. I was only making fun of chat room, but sure, I'll take it. Do you eventually plan to put some sort of outer layer on this sort of thing? Yeah! So, it's in my to-do list. If we pull this out, and then pull this out, and then look in here, and then we read this book, mob-proof the base. It's right there. It's on the to-do list. But I need to know where the exterior of the base is before I can mob-proof it. I imagine that it will be some sort of like hard geometrical outer shell, is what I think. So this is where I think I can get... Oh, I didn't pick up any buckets, did I? I think we only need... Let's take 1 bucket and 1 water bucket. Maybe you can also smell kelp on a campfire? Well, that's not as relevant for me, is it? I don't think so. Grab that. And then that allows me to... I guess I needed one more bucket, huh? Gets the water stream to stop. Please don't break anything important, and it didn't. And then hopefully I can destroy all of this relatively free. I was worried about it getting into the hoppers that run my timers, but then I remembered that those hoppers are disabled because we have the composters on top of them. Because we're super smart. We get the biggest brains, chat room. The biggest! Around! Nothing's ever gonna bring you down. I was thinking... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Does that actually work in just a one-off? I'm gonna now steal a little bit more bamboo. I don't know if that worked. I gotta race it over here to see if it makes it. Did we see it land in there? We might have seen it land in there. I gotta head out of here for raid hour. Have a good day. Ben, take care. My dude, it was nice to catch up with you again. Oh, absolutely it makes it through. All right. So this is a much smaller redstone contraption. Well, this is a much smaller conveyor belt. Why are we destroying that? I mean, you got it. It was so that way it would have the momentum to make it over to the hopper, but that's exactly what we just tested. And because it ended up in the cactus destruction, that meant that it did have the momentum required. So we are all good. And now this leaves us with more space to build a second layer for the bamboo farm. So here, we can actually test this a little bit more cleanly. Okay. So those are perfectly analogous now of fresh bamboo, right? Hopper's blocked as if it were completely full. Oh, it went into my inventory. Dumb. See, it made it through there. And then we can see it land, looking through this crack, and see there it is landing and becoming destroyed on our cactus here. So it definitely had the momentum to make it over the hopper, even on the reduced path. And that's what we wanted to see. So then we need the new player. Okay, so we just basically set up a second layer and then have it fall into the first. So I need a bunch of dirt. Watching it for Skyblock. Yeah. Well, I'm kind of treating this world as if it's Skyblock. My base is very, very self-contained. It is an island. Tail with the hydrate. My water bottle's empty. I would have to go fill it up. I need a way of disabling those whenever my water bottle runs out. Ugh. Let's see. Maybe a girlfriend is watching the stream and she wants to help out by refilling a water bottle. That would be pretty great. Okay, so I'm gonna free up spots in this chest for the items that were these. Some of these are gonna fall in, right? Absolutely, some of these are gonna fall in. And it's gonna have to be a hair smaller on the top layer because of the water stream. Right? We're not going to be able to... We could go out to this point. We could put dirt here. Because... Okay, cool. Nothing fell in. That's kind of nice. See, those are about to all fall in, though. And those won't end up here. Nice. How do we do this edge and make it not look aesthetically terrible? Okay, well let's go ahead and get this part done. So that way we can stop these bamboo from growing a billion times. Welcome back, Spire. Nims is playing Crown Law. You got a chuckle out of me. That was clever. A Hypixel Skyblock is the worst kind of Skyblock, if you can even call it that. I know a lot of people play it. Hypixel Skyblock feels like modded multiplayer survival. Yeah. There are certain aspects. Oh, duh. Okay, hang on. Okay, I'm actually the biggest, dumbest of idiots. I am such a big dumb idiot. We are the alpha dumb idiot. This was the wrong layer for the dirt. So dumb. This is the layer for the dirt. Okay, now I gotta fix this. Where are you broken, buddy? Does that fix you? No. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. It was my fault, machine. I broke you. You can... Wait, what? You can get monsters from fishing? Hang on. Do different fishing catches give different amount of experience, or is everything a set number? I think the wiki has that information. Fishing Minecraft. I think it's a set number, but I could be wrong. Fishing experience. 1 to 6 experience orbs. So it's just random between 1 and 6. So it's a set amount, and that set amount is 1 to 6. Names, do honey blocks work the same as slime blocks? Just that they don't stick to one another? They work similar to slime blocks, but not the same. So, slime blocks stick to each other, and stick to most blocks, but with some exceptions like melons and pumpkins and honey, and a few other things like terracotta. Honey is exactly the same way. It sticks to itself and most other blocks. It does not stick to some things like melons and pumpkins and slime and terracotta, to name a few. The difference between honey and slime is slime is bouncy. When an object has momentum that interacts with slime, slime bounces that item proportional to the momentum that the item hit the slime with. Honey does not have that mechanic. Honey causes entities. I should have said entities when referring to slime. Honey causes entities to stick to the honey, which then causes different mechanics. Additionally, honey is also a full block, whereas slime is a transparent block, which means that slime does not transfer redstone signals, whereas honey does. Ooh, this might have been a bad idea to place these this early. that help you understand? Maybe a bit. Maybe not at all. Who knows? I need more jack-o'-lanterns. I don't think I need the water buckets anymore, do I? Actually, let's finish placing those down. Nope, not that far forward. Yeah. All right, so that's a pretty good basis. As a pretty good basis for the beginning of the second layer of the bamboo farm. Oh god, that's right. I actually need more. How many more do we need? Please don't be that many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, cool. And I only need 6 more then. Blessed be. I'm out of ender pearls. As you cleared the water, could you just expand it upward further than just 2 layers? I could. But each layer upward I extend it makes the piston tax that I pay every time it triggers more expensive. That makes sense? But I could. I absolutely could. This thing is totally stackable and would have no problem with that. I think that's good. Two, 3. Yep, that looks like a 3-tick repeater to me. Are the cats fully gone? They haven't spawned in a while. So I hope so. can't get to that torch. What do you think of the new combat at NIMS? I'm not familiar with anything that they're doing inside of the new combat test snapshots things. That should be a double extension if I could get up there. That's a double extension! Alright, then what we need to do is we gotta wire that. That needs to be in the off state all the time. No. Yes. This is off. So if we were to have this on, does that just double retract? It didn't double retract. But why? Now it's back. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Do you have a link to like the page that they're working on? Like if is there a spot where I could read about it? Reach would break Minecraft, I think. Just for the record. We've talked about this on stream before. Because melee weapons would... The only way that you could implement Reach in a way that wouldn't be broken would be to implement a new weapon that... Yeah, I guess there's two ways. You would either have to implement a new weapon that did very, very little damage, or you would have to make Reach mutually exclusive with all of the sharpness enchantments. So sharpness, Bane of Arthropods, Smite, etc. Because Reach will make the PvE aspect of Minecraft way too safe. Like, insanely too safe. By the way, we are kind of chilling for a minute. We want to see if this gets a double extension. You guys sent me two different links. New attribute, generic attack range, represents the attack of the player, only used by players. Default base 3, minimum 0, maximum 6. Add a combat reach parameter to swords, hoes, and tridents. Added the chopping enchant for axe, adds half a heart, adds 1 damage, and half a second of shield stunning per level. Okay, it worked. I saw it double extend, which is what we wanted to see. So let's put in the bamboo now, while we continue to read. One, two, three, four, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof, I don't have any more jack-o'-lanterns. We gotta go get more jack-o'-lanterns real quick, or that's gonna get out of control real fast. We'll get these jack-o'-lanterns. We'll go park right in front of the bamboo farm, and then we'll keep checking out the snapshot stuff. Do I not have any more jack-o'-lanterns ready to go? I'm so disappointed in myself. I'm such a disappointment to my family. Hang on. Let me pull this over as well. So that way I can get it off my second monitor. That way I can actually see chat room. Whoa, I made way too much. That's just what it is. Alright, it worked. And I also need more rockets. Make another right trident, please. I don't think that we need another right trident anytime soon. Perfect. All right. Get this up on 1/2 of my monitor so we can see it while we read these changes. Okay, attack rates are generally... I guess this is the cleaner version. And this is like the details of it. Interesting. Also, you can hold left click to attack. That would be amazing for... being able to hold left click to attack would be amazing for AFKing. Like raid farms and basically any AFK mob farm would become way better. So anyway, attack rates are generally faster. You are only able to attack when the attack timer has recharged. You can keep pressing the attack button to continuously attack, which is pretty cool. So if you think that you can only attack at full power, and that if you hold left click, it will spam attacks at full power, that seems convenient. The attack timer only resets when attacking, compared to switching items. Okay, so like, you see my attack timer is resetting whenever I switch my stuff. We've got drowned below us. It's fine. Weapons deal less damage overall. I don't think that that's either good or bad. Being able to attack faster, but then doing less damage means that your damage per second is about the same. Weapons now have different reach. Tridents and hoes reach further. Axes reach less. That's cool. Natural healing from food has been rebalanced. No more saturation boost. I would need to see what that is. That might make hardcore very hard. Projectiles are more accurate and don't inherit the shooter's momentum. That's a lovely change. Like, yes, I guess if I'm falling down, then my arrow has the same downward momentum that I do. Same thing with my Ender Pearl. But it's not a fun game mechanic to do that. And, like, getting rid of that, getting rid of the projectile inheriting the shooter's momentum is such a huge quality of life change. I love that. That should just be in Minecraft right now. Experimental enchantment called Chopping, which we just read about. Many other smaller changes to Trident, Snowball Shields, knockback mechanics. Okay. So reach could be a problem. I really, really, really hesitate about the effects of reach in the game. Maybe on Tridents, it would be okay. Again, I guess Tridents and hoes are the only things that are getting it. So, like, maybe it's okay. Added a shield indicator option that displays when a shield is active, similar to the attack indicator. Okay. Axes increase attack speed for all axes by half a second. Axes are weaker and deal 1 more damage than their sword counterparts. Always disable shields for 1.6 seconds instead of having a 25% chance to disable them for 5 seconds. Do I need to double grow this? It looks like I might. Are we good now? Okay. Always disable shields. That's good. As opposed to chance. That's very good. Now take 1 damage point when attacking instead of 2. That's also very good. Nerf reach down to 2.5 blocks was 3. I don't know if that's necessary, but sure, I guess. Any new updates on the cats problem? Probably fixed. Each minute that goes by, the chances of it being fixed goes up. But I still feel like it's too soon to call. Hoes have changed the attack speed. So Diamond Hoes have a 3.5 attack speed. That's a very slow attack speed. Change the damage dealt for Hoes of Iron and Diamond to 3. What's the damage of a sword? Nerf the damage for Ironstone and Diamond Swords by 1. I don't know what the default is. So it just depends on... change the damage dealt by Hoes to 3. 5? Hoes still are probably not going to be usable. Even with the reach. Maybe the reach makes it nice, but it's unlikely. Because it's probably going to be Tridents, because I see a lot of Trident changes. Anyway, continuing. Attack speed is still going to be slow. Nerfed damage, nerfed reach. Yeah, you never use a pickaxe to attack. Remove the warm-up delay from shields. Hang on, let me catch up in chat. They also made it so when you heal half a heart, half a food is consumed. So it's like saturation only there for moving now, and saturation doesn't control healing anymore, and is it just going to be hunger that controls healing? I'm 2 hydrate behind, by the way. My water bottle's empty, Tomry, I'm sorry. But I will get your 2 hydrates, because I owe 1 to you and 1 to somebody else. I forget who it was. I think my game is a bug. I've been playing for almost 3 hours on this new world and haven't found a single coal. Unlucky. But, make charcoal. Did I hear an empty water bottle? It is an empty water bottle. She's on her way. Oh, I can hear her stomping. Girlfriend is a very nice, cute, petite. She's tall, but she's petite. Girlfriend, you stomp.
I did that on purpose.
Oh, okay.
I did that on purpose so you knew I was coming downstairs and I didn't.
Okay. Well, it was funny because I heard you above, too, not
Because I
just the
was
stairs.
running.
Oh, okay. Well, you're adorable.
I was like, I'm on my way, and then I ran.
I'm on my way.
I'm on my way.
I'm on my way.
Oh my God.
A wing away, a wing away. Wing away, a wing away. In the jungle of the mighty. And anyway, I owe 2 waters. I read up on the Mojang bug list, and iron golems never spawn in villages. Bug was fixed, so we can hope cats were too. Never stop spawning in villages. I hope so. Remove the warm-up delay from shields, which is good, because, again, combat should feel responsive and fast. And, like, this warm-up delay on shields feels really weird. And, like, being able to spam click, like, I can literally click as fast as I want, but it won't do any damage. That also feels a little strange. Most other RPGs don't have an effect like that. Anyway, shields. Warm-up periods, also very strange. When in the offhand, shields will activate when sneaking. That's pretty nice. Attacking while crouching will disable the shield during the attack. That's good. Shield is re-enabled after the weapon has reached 200% charge. Interesting. Thank you.
What are we doing for dinner before D&D?
I don't know what we're doing for dinner before D&D. We're kind of running out of time to decide.
No.
It might be a sandwiches night. I owe 2 hydrates. 2 hydrates.
I'm gonna get this down.
Okay. Shields no longer knock back attackers when they block. That seems reasonable. The arc of available protection has been decreased to 100 degrees instead of 180. I mean, that seems very reasonable. Because I should have to be, like, actively looking at you to block you. I shouldn't be able to block. Not that. I shouldn't be able to block that torch. I shouldn't. But now I should be able to block the torch. Even though I'm not looking at it directly, I should still be able to block it because I'm like facing mostly there. So no. Yes, I think that these are all good changes so far. And reach isn't super bad. It's 3.5 in some spots, but tridents are the big ones that we're gonna get to. Shovels. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Swords, increase attack speed for swords to 3. And again, this continues to work, no questions asked, which is great. Attack speed for swords. Nerf the damage by 1, but because they made them faster, it's still the same damage output in the same time window. Reach is unchanged. Okay. Trident. So this is the big one. Increase attack speed to 2. So it's faster. Decrease damage from 9 to 7. Okay. Buffed attack reach to 3.5 blocks was 3. That seems reasonable. Can now be shot from dispensers. That's a neat change. Tridents with loyalty that fall into the void will still return to its owner. Sure, that's kind of expected. That seems more like a bug fix than it does like a feature. Tridents with impaling now deal enchantment damage to all mobs that are in water or rain. Okay. I still don't know. I mean, yeah, just the simple fact that they change how you swing would probably make it feel better. Being able to swing faster, I don't know if that's the answer, though. But then again, old Minecraft combat was literally just spam click the hell out of everything, so maybe that is a satisfying middle ground for most players' combat. For like the people that miss the old school combat, rather. I don't know. Mostly seems okay. It seems like they're approaching it with the right ideology, in my opinion. Now, is the player base gonna like it? I don't know. But it seems like it's the right ideology. And reach only going out to 3.5 blocks is still fine. But if they make a reach enchantment or increase the reach any further, it might break certain aspects of the game. So will it be best to carry 3 weapons at once? No way. Everybody will carry their favorite weapon, and that'll be it. What's 2B2T? Tail. I don't know what that is. Axe Sword or Trident in PvP? I mean, we saw some fall down from the top, which is what we wanted to see. Axe Sword or Trident? Did I just lose that? I did. It fell in. Both of them fell in. If that enchant goes in... So it shouldn't be that easy. Okay, so the correct answer should be rock, paper, scissors is the correct answer. So it should be axe beats sword plus shield. It should be axe beats shield, right? Is what it should be. Axe beats shield. So then shield needs to beat something else. Probably trident. And then trident needs to beat axe. Actually, shoot! That's exactly what it is! It should be sword, shield. But it's not that simple because you can use a shield with an axe. Okay, so what it should be is it should be rock, paper, scissors. Sword beats something, something beats... let's just apply them randomly, right? It should be sword beats axe. No. Sword beats trident, which beats axe, which beats sword. That's what it should be, right? It should be rock, paper, scissors. Rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, paper beats rock. Sword beats trident, trident beats axe, axe beats sword, right? That's what it should be. However, it's not that simple because it's more like axe beats shield, shield beats trident, trident beats axe. And I do think that that's true because if we go back and we look at the thing here, right? So axes have a tiny range, so 2.5 block range, whereas tridents have a 3.5 block range. So a person with an axe should never be able to get into range of a person with a trident. Does that make sense? So the person with the trident will have a full block reach on a person with the axe. 2.5 compared to 3.5. So the trident should beat the axe, provided everything else is equal. Did I miss something in chat? Trident and axe should be two-handed. That would make sense. I kind of agree, Spire, because if the trident or the axe puts on a shield, then this rock, paper, scissors breaks down. And that's the point that I'm actually building to. So trident should be axe because of this 3.5 block range versus the 2.5 block, a full block of extra distance. So again, provided that latency is the same and player skill is the same, the dude with the axe will never reach the dude with the trident. Now the question is, so axes will always disable shields. And with the chopping enchantment, it will add damage and increase the duration of shield stuns. Okay. Ooh, it's mutually exclusive with sharpness. How do we feel about that? I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay, because the axe is designed in the rock, paper, scissors game of PvP, because that's really what it should be. And that's what chopping is really for. Chopping should just destroy shields. So anyway, axes should just destroy shields. And it does. They have built it that way. It always disables a shield for 1.6 seconds with a full chopping. That would be an extra 1.5 seconds, so that would be a disabled shield for 3.1 seconds. That's a huge amount of time in PvP. And then with the extra damage that we are adding, yeah, absolutely, axes will just destroy shields. So that, where does that, and then shields should be tridents, because tridents are frequently thrown, and tridents are like a pointed attack. You should be able to get inside the range of the trident, because you should be able to block your way in. Does that make sense? And then you should be able to get in with a weapon that does more damage than a trident, namely a sword. Now the problem breaks down with all axes can also have shields, and all tridents can also have shields. So this game of axe versus shield versus trident, oh, I put trident into trident, I'm dumb. It should be axe beats shield, beats trident, beats axe, right? Yeah, I'm actually dumb. F3D. So there it is. But the problem breaks down whenever you realize that anyone can equip a shield. So really, what the answer should be is axes should be mutually exclusive with shields, and tridents should be mutually exclusive with shields, which leaves just the sword and the shield. The sword is the only weapon that can use a shield, which actually is analogous to the old version of combat in Minecraft, where you used to be able to right-click with your sword and block it. Does that make sense? Everybody on the same page? Yes, if I was a developer of Minecraft, I think that everything that they've done is perfect, but I would make the rock, paper, scissors stronger by making tridents and axes mutually exclusive with shields. Final answer. So there's my take on it. You asked for my take, you got my take. Trident seem the most OP so far. 3.5 blocks of reach is insane. Anyway, let me catch up on chat. Okay, I read that. Minecraft is one of those rock, paper, scissors games. Yes, I agree. The dude that speaks about himself in third person, there's something seriously off in his brain. Are you talking about me? What are you talking about? Oh, you're quoting something. I don't even understand. It's fine. They should remove knockback on any attack not fully charged. Well, inside of those patch notes, Hex, it said that you can't attack with anything that's not fully charged. Unless, it also referenced something like a 200% charge, which didn't make any sense to me, so... There's our other glass. Ah, that's why we had that there. I think that's just gonna have to go back in that spot. It looks a little weird, but, you know, it works. So now we should be getting way, I mean, not quite double, but like 80% more bamboo, which hopefully means that we can keep up with the cactus or kelp farm that we're going to be implementing in the future. Anyway, let me catch up in chat. So Trident has range but no sharpest. Axe has damage but no range and can break shields. And swords you don't have to aim with, sweeping edge, and is a mix of both. I think you still do have to aim with a sword. And like, the combat's not that clean either, because all of this is still only assuming melee stuff. As a complete separation from that, where does a bow or a and crossbow fall? Like, so the bow and the crossbow should lose to the shield, because the shield should be able to block all of those for free. And then what? Because you also have to consider the possibility of crossbow stacking. So somebody going out and like running multiple crossbows in their inventory, all ready to be fired, and then they just go like crossbow, fire, crossbow, fire, crossbow, fire, crossbow, fire, crossbow, fire, crossbow, fire. And you should be able to do that insanely fast. But it's, I mean, it's one trick. So once you use that trick, that's done. So, Trident doesn't have a diamond version. I mean, does it need to though? Trident is properly a late game item. No, dude, we're gossiping about some other dude. Ah. I just don't know who that other dude is, which is why I was so confused. So like 9 attack damage going down to 7. I wonder if I just fake make a sword, does it tell me how much damage it has? Oh, I don't even need to make it. It's going from 7 down to 6. So a sword will do slightly less damage than a trident. 7 is 6 versus, so it'll be 7 versus 6 damage because the trident will do 7 and the sword will do 6. So tridents don't need an upgrade for damage, at least. I mean, it could definitely be the bow and the crossbow should probably be considered the same thing because they work almost identically as far as like combat is concerned. The same thing that would beat a bow should also beat a crossbow. So it's actually, I mean, not to quote freaking Big Bang Theory here, but it's more like rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. So it's like, it's 5 things. So it should be more like, and it would probably be easier if we had like this. So if we think that we have a circle of things that beat things, actually it'd be better to just put like sword, and this is how I would balance. I would make it so that, no, sword and shield. Enter. No, just stop. Okay, sword and shield, trident, axe, and then bow and crossbow, right? And let me resize this so it's not quite so large. Everybody cringed when he breaks out the paint. Oh, I know. So as we've talked about, it should be sword and shield beats. It loses to axe. So the axe wins here. Sword and shield should beat trident. And trident should beat axe. And I do believe that this is mostly set up as long as you can make the shield exclusive to swords, right? The sword and shield should also beat the bow and crossbow. The bow and crossbow should all beat axe. And then what? Bow and crossbow should be equal to trident? Hello?
Sorry to bug you, but there are D&D things you should be made aware of.
Uh-oh.
And I messaged you.
What's up? D&D might be canceled. Okay. So-and-so and so-and-so have to sit out. The DM asked us if we want to reschedule. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that we could do like a solo session. Right.
I don't really want to, especially because we did a huge heist last week.
Right, and we're at a position where we really need the party.
Yes. So
Yeah, we're gonna reschedule.
Okay, I'll reply to our DM
Okay.
with that. I just wanted to check with you.
So cool, thank you.
Yeah. Hi, chat.
Okay. So lastly, the bow and the crossbow should be equal to the trident. That in my mind is correct balance. I don't think it's that way. I think the gist is if you're far away, X-bow wins, but in your face melee weapons win. So you have to be careful about picking your weapon in the situation. Well, I mean, yes, correct. I'm assuming open field, right? Like, I would not, so in the context of PvP, what PvP literally starts people like I start right here and you start right here. That's super boring PvP, right? So I'm assuming that I start over there and you start over there, and we rummage for supplies and we clash intermittently as we're running around the map. That's what I'm assuming, because Minecraft isn't just a game about PvP, it's a game about building and exploring and blocks. So putting these weapons into the context of like building and adventuring and exploring and built and blocks and then using the weapons, a person that has a bow should have the ability to maintain their advantage through combat. So like, again, you're coming at me and you're all the way over there and all you've got is an axe and all I've got is a bow. I'm gonna shoot you once and then I'm gonna sprint. And then I'm gonna shoot you once and I'm gonna sprint. And then I'm gonna shoot you once, I'm gonna sprint. And by the time you make it to me, you should be so low that like I should just be able to hit you one more time. The advantage should heavily be in favor of the person with the bow. In a like Hunger Games type setting, which is where I'm in my mind picturing this. Something where there's structures, and there's adventures, and there's like, you've got to go resource gather. I'm seeing like the Hunger Games, or I guess it's now known as Battle Royale style of PvP. I'm not imagining two people locked in a tiny room. So in this, the real question, because I do believe that we are super close to getting this perfect trifecta between axe to sword and shield, to trident, and then back to axe. I think that is almost perfect. You just need to make the shield not work when you have an axe or trident. And then we have a perfect trifecta. But then when you rotate the bow in, the bow and the crossbow, the same thing needs to happen, is you need to have some sort of perfect trifecta. So the sword and shield beats the bow and crossbow because the sword and shield should be able to gap close to then get in range to be able to melee them. And like you said, Grog, once you're in melee, the advantage should go to the person with a melee weapon. So now that we're in melee, the bow and crossbow should just lose because its advantage was stolen by the shield. But the bow and crossbow should hard win against the axe because of how short the axe's range is. 2.5 blocks means that they have to run a full extra block to be able to get to the person. Which gives the bow and the crossbow a full block of extra range damage that it could be doing. And the trident and the bow should be roughly equal because they both have the same, you're both throwing projectiles, attempting to hit, and based on, smite versus flame, what is it? The thing that calls lightning down. What is that called? I don't remember. But the lightning strike versus flame feels roughly equal. And then the damage of the trident versus the damage of the bow and crossbow should be roughly equal as well. PvP has a lot to do with cover, surprise, high ground, low ground. A trident that can do both melee and distance is more flexible than having to switch between sword and shield to a bow. Right. And I think that's represented here. Because it's better than some melee weapons, but worse than others, and equal to ranged weapons. I think that is represented here, Grog.
Sword will absolutely still be not. Actually, no. Sword is not unequivocally the best for PvP, or excuse me, for PvE, for monster fighting, because sometimes you are monster fighting in an area where you can't use the ranged attacks. So, say you are clearing out monsters, say you're in the Nether, and you're fighting on a Nether fortress, and you need to kill this Wither skeleton, but he's standing right next to a zombie piglin. You don't want to accidentally hit the zombie piglin, in which case the sweeping edge on the sword might be detrimental, in which case something like an axe or a bow might do better for you. But I would say 95% of the time, yes, the sword is going to be the better weapon in PvE. With a tiny, 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 tiny percentage of the time, a different weapon might be good. If it's not raining, bow and crossbow wins. Well, I think that because you can't have that, right? If the bow and the crossbow beats the trident, conceptually, then the trident has too many weaknesses. Right? But maybe the bow and the crossbow does beat the trident, so let's explore that, okay? So if that's true, then the trident wouldn't have to beat the sword and the shield. Right? But then that makes too many. Something has to be roughly equal to something else. In order for this to be balanced, something has to be a draw. Something has to be just raw player skill. And looking at this, it really should be the bow and the crossbow. Bow and the crossbow versus the trident. Trident seems situationally more powerful, but those situations seems really rare. I mean, if I guess it kind of comes down to how long it takes for the loyalty on crossbow to bring it back to the player. What's the reuse time? Oh, hey, Frosty with the hydrate. This is the first trident I've ever thrown. Okay, let's give a more realistic example. Loyalty needs to be way faster. That's what it needs to be. Loyalty plus shield up while you wait. I mean, I don't think Trident should work with a shield. If we want this to be true, then Tridents and axes can't work with shields. Bows and crossbows already basically don't. I wonder if Tridents actually don't, because of the right-click functions would overlap. It goes to loyalty 3. Oh, does it? I don't know Tridents. This is my first ever Trident. Do I have a shield? Oh god, I have to pee. You guys make me hydrate too much. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, chat room, you're killing me here. Grog. Oh no. Oh no. I was enjoying the conversation. I'll see you later, dude. Take care, my man. Am I factoring in... Oh, Rassel. Am I factoring in Punch Flame? Yes, I believe that I am. I believe that I am. So how do we get to loyalty 3? Is this going to cost us some levels? Oh, loyalty 1. What does impaling do? It's not extra damage, it's still got 9. There's loyalty 3. So do I put loyalty 3 on one of those tridents? It is extra damage. Impaling is supposed to deal... Okay, hang on. Impaling Minecraft. Impaling. Impaling. In Java Edition, only aquatic mobs receive the extra damage. Dolphins, guardians, elder guardians, squid, turtles. Okay, so TLDR, it's like Smite or Bane of Arthropods. So not irrelevant to the conversation because we're talking about PvP. But still worth, I mean, a good point to bring up. It's worth consideration.
Don't cost me 1,000,000 levels. Okay. Yeah, sure. 396 feels bad, man. So loyalty 3 should be much faster, right? Alright, so loyalty 3 makes this a bit better. Wait, how much damage do you do? 9 versus 10. That's 10 with sharpness 5. That is 1 less damage. Huh. Can I be Aquaman? I want mobs to start spawning. I want to feel what the power of a trident is. I want to feel it. I know what Riptide is. I mean, we've all played with Riptide in like a creative world, right? But I've never played with a trident as far as like damage is concerned. Should we put Unbreaking and Mending on this real quick? Just while we're using it. We've already scuffed our levels, so let's just dump them a little more. Is there anything else that you put on a trident? Loyalty, Unbreaking, Mending. There's no damage. Trident, Minecraft. I'm not gonna put Impaling on it for ocean mobs. Melee attack, range attack. It's the, what's the channeling or Riptide? What's channeling and Riptide do? Oh, hey, here we go. This is exactly what I wanted. Loyalty, good. Channeling, Thunderstorm summons a lightning bolt incompatible with Riptide. Propels the player. Incompatible with Loyalty. So we've already ruined Riptide. Deals extra melee damage or range damage to aquatic mobs, except drowned because they're considered undead, which is the only thing that we might want the extra damage from. So literally no. But that's kind of okay because their base damage is so crazy. Okay. Yeah. So this is a, with the exception of channeling, this is basically it. For comparison, well, this is gonna light them on fire, so it's not quite fair. The charge of the bow is so much quicker. And then what does it feel like to like melee some mobs with it?
And so, like, chasing this dude to then melee him will feel infinitely better. Oh, what's that chest? Fire protection. Will feel way better if that patch ever went live. Because, like, right now, I couldn't hit him. I wouldn't be in range. But in the patch, I would be. Give or take, you know. You measure out 3.5 blocks as, like, a zombie's chasing you. Seems roughly comparable to the damage of the diamond sword. Yeah, I think that the charge time to throw it should be way faster. You could maybe make it like an enchant. To make it like the equivalent of quick charge. Maybe you make quick charge work for crossbows and tridents. Because as it stands, it's way too slow. That would be too OP? Why would it be OP? Wait, what all is on your bow? Power 5 and Breaking 3, Punch 2, Infinity Flame. Well, those guys died in 2 hits. Let's get a regular zombie and compare the damage of non-crit attacks and damage breakpoints. It actually should be 3 hits from the trident, but 2 hits from the sword. But that's irrelevant because it should be 7 damage from the trident versus... Actually, in the next patch... Well, excuse me. If that patch went live, a fully enchanted diamond sword would do... What's a diamond sword do right now? 7 down to 6. So then it would go from 10 to 9. So it'd be 9 from the sword versus 7 from a trident, which is 7, 14, 21, which is 9, 18, 27, which both the trident and the sword would do the same thing for PvP. Or excuse me, for PvE. Oh, what about Netherite? I totally forgot about Netherite. Well, Netherite would probably be the exact same power level as a current sword. With faster attacks. I don't know how I killed him in 2 hits. Should only do 9 attack damage. And zombies have more health than that. Yeah, you can't even like quick throw it. That's what I was trying to do there. In my opinion, Trident would need to be way faster. It would need to be equivalent to bow in charging speed. How do you land crits? The right adds 2 extra damage. I don't know, man. I think that maybe it's the utility of not having to swap between sword and bow. That's why it's not as quick. Maybe. Yeah, because our diagram here looks at things as if it's a binary win. So if you were to say, like, if you were to say that this is a soft win, or like a soft win for the bow, right? So not a hard win, so we're going to use a thinner line. So a soft win for the bow and crossbow. The trident should be a very hard win for the against the axe. The axe should be a hard win against the sword and shield. But then, after looking at this, if this is a soft win for the bow against the trident, hell with that, we're just gonna dump color. Then this should be a soft win for the sword and the shield against the trident too. Does that make sense? So 2 soft losses would be the equivalent of a hard win everywhere else. So then the sword and shield beats the bow and crossbow, which beats the axe, which beats the sword and shield. But then this still becomes a fair use for the trident if we think about it in not binary terms. In which case, this is still a balanced system. The trident hard beats the axe. The axe hard beats the sword and shield. But the sword and shield only kind of is effective against the trident. Because the trident can still, yes, the sword and shield will likely negate the trident's thrown damage. But once they're in melee, it looks like the sword will do slightly more damage in melee. But the trident will have a slightly higher range. So they should be roughly equal, right? So the slight advantage goes to the sword because of his ability to create movement. Does that make sense? Because he can use the shield to choose things. But then again, you can't assume that it's raining for the purposes of channeling or Riptide. And if you use Riptide, it negates loyalty, so that changes the... It almost feels like you have to have a trident. Can we just assume that trident in the rain beats everything? Yeah. If we assume that trident in the rain beats everything, then we don't have to talk about it. So let's assume the most common use case, which would be a trident with loyalty. And a sword in the shield against a trident with loyalty will have a slight advantage because of its ability to choose what part of combat it wants to engage in. Because its shield would allow it to disengage and thus eat, whereas the trident would have to just run. The trident has a risky disengage, whereas the sword and shield has a safer disengage. So the sword and shield would negate the trident's range. Combat would be roughly equal, sword doing slightly more damage, trident having slightly longer reach. The shield being able to negate that reach should make them slightly equal, for the most part equal, but then the sword and shield having the ability to disengage safely should be big. So yeah, it should be a slight advantage to the trident. And then the same thing with the bow and the crossbow. Like the trident being slightly slower, or excuse me, the trident being slightly slower at throwing, actually it's significantly slower at throwing, still allows it to create, yeah, that should get fixed too. Should still allow it to close the gap in a way that's non-destructive, but it's harder for the trident to close that gap than a sword and the shield to close the gap against the bow and crossbow. But the trident's extra reach means that the gap is smaller, and the ability to throw back means that it still has options. So it should be a soft win for the bow and the crossbow, as opposed to a hard win. So then what's the problem in the current system? So you need to make the shield mutually exclusive with swords. And you say that axes are underpowered? Axes should hard beat anything with a sword. Or excuse me, axes should hard beat anything with a shield. It should just destroy them. So if this is true, then you still have a balanced system. Bow beats crossbow. Bow soft beats trident. Trident hard beats axe. Ooh, axe actually is very weak. Huh. Axe is very weak. After looking at it, I didn't notice this. Axe loses to a lot. Okay, so a question. So does the axe get to keep the shield? Because that would make this, instead of a hard loss, it would be a soft loss. It should still hard lose against the trident. Where are the snowballs? Snowballs don't exist! Well, axe is meant to be a tool after all? I mean, not... I disagree. I disagree greatly. Because if you look at the Java Combat Edition tests, you don't put chopping and you don't make them hard beat shields if it's just meant to be a tool. You know what I mean? And like, actually, no. We can just say that it's not meant to just be a tool because it only takes 1 durability. So it is meant to be both a tool and a weapon. And we can prove that right there. Let's look at these snowballs. Now stack to 64 and have a 4-tick cooldown? Okay. Get a +1 axe? I wish. I need a +1 loot is what I need. Even if you had a shield with an axe, bearing up the shield would reset the axe's already slow cooldown. It would. Yeah, this is a complicated thing to try to fix. Because, so, do tridents work with shields? It would have to be a weird no, right? Like it's yes, but mostly no, in the same way that bows don't work with shields. Technically, yeah, they do. Technically. But do they actually? Nah. So, while the trident is out, I can block, but while I have trident in hand, I can't. Same thing here, is I can't block when my... Actually, this doesn't even work with... Shields don't even work with bows. Not even a little bit. I mean, it would work if you ran out of arrows, right? So does that... So thinking about that. So... I do agree, actually, Hex. So looking at this, I think that's right. I think it's 100% right. In that the axe and shield loses... Stop. Axe and shield loses much softer to a bow and crossbow. So we don't need to make the shield mutually or exclusive to... We don't need to make the shield exclusive to swords. And the trident and shield... Would a trident plus a shield make that fight even? No. If a trident and a shield existed, just like we just had, you'd be able to throw your trident for relatively... I guess you have a moment of vulnerability while you charge. You throw your trident, then you walk forward with shield drawn. You drop your shield, you throw your trident, and you walk forward with shield drawn. That seems like it's in favor of the trident, doesn't it? Noted. +1 loot ink. Sick. And given what Hex said, the axe of the shield's slow... Yeah, the slow charge time of the trident with the shield is still fair in this case. So I think the bow would still have a great advantage because the bow could just be like, it has such a quick charge time. But I guess you would only... But the movement speed loss, how fast do you move when your bow is drawn versus how fast do you move with the shield up? Because that might be the kicker, right? It looks like it's the same. The more and more I look at this, the more and more I'm perfectly happy with how this exists. Because the axe and shield doesn't just beat the sword and shield. It should be the thickest victory ever. Like, again, if we stop thinking about it in binary terms, that's really what it should be. In which case, it's all even. Like, if we apply numerical values to this, like, yeah, that's cool. Okay, I'm on board. Give me the combat update. Make it part of 116. I'm down. Sounds like bow loses versus anything with the shield. I mean, it would, right? Unless they made the bow move faster than a weapon. Then rephrase. Unless they make a bow move faster than a shield drawn. But maybe they have a different like balancing theory. So maybe their balancing theory is that the bow is meant to be an augmentative weapon and not a primary weapon. Like, everyone has a bow, and then you largely choose. So, like, imagine rock, paper, scissors versus where everybody has all 4 weapons, right? And then you would just rotate through them based on what the situation called for. So something like this layout, right? In which case, does Trident have a place? Interesting stuff. I still think that it's balanced. I don't know. I was about to say that I still think that it's balanced enough to go live, but the last time that we pushed a combat update, it literally split the community. I don't need that in there. Is the rest of this stuff that needs to get sorted properly? It looks like it is. I just don't care. I didn't push that button a second time. Video game. That should have been on. We were testing the zombie piglins. Okay. Well, I think we've got ourselves into a position where we can build the experience. Because this is super simple. We don't need any of this redstone-y stuff. We just
kelp in the... bamboo in the back, kelp in the front, kelp in the top, and then just this into a smart dispenser that goes into a cactus. Yeah? Did you fix the cat problem? They haven't spawned in a while. So it seems good so far. Like, who likes cats anyway? Think his bed? Bo would lose in any up close scenario. It's all situational. Once you swap it out anyway. I think in a range fight, a Trident would be better than a bow, as a Trident can utilize the block feature while Trident is fired. I mean, yeah, but the bow can shoot way faster. I mean, maybe they're equal. What are you working on? I'm thinking about how I want to set up the XP array, the furnace experience farm, the furnace. I don't know what you call it. The furnace experience thing, right? What is that called? Because it needs to go in this room. And then it's a question of like cactus versus kelp. A cactus XP farm, is that simply what it's called? Furnace with logs. Oh, I already have one. I thought they patched furnace XP farms. I mean, I just got experience gained whenever I interacted with that furnace. I don't think so. Okay, so a smoker does not work with cactus. But a smoker clearly works with kelp. Let's go get some bamboo to see how fast that actually is working. Because you gotta think, bamboo smelts so quick. Yeah, look at how fast that goes. What if we added one bamboo at a time? See, so here's a problem that I'm concerned about. It just gets into a state where it's not actually cooking stuff.
because it goes up and then down and then up and then down. So a smoker might be too fast. Does that make sense? It really just depends on the rates of the bamboo farm. Yeah, experience gained. Now this would cook the cactus way slower. But because it uses the fuel slower, we should have longer buffer periods that we can then, that we're not losing our efficiency. Lock the fuel input hopper if there isn't enough fuel to finish cooking. See, that's kind of a question, because locking the, because it's not easy to lock a furnace. Because whenever we try to read what the contents of the furnace is, it's not a clean read. So we just get a signal strength that's based on all 3 inventory slots. So we can't specifically isolate if an inventory slot in the furnace. We could do a trick similar to what we did. Hang on, let's think about this. We could do a trick where like we do with the honey farm, and instead of watching the furnace itself, we could watch the hopper behind the furnace to judge the fuel reserves in the furnace. So specifically, if the furnace is completely full, then items will sit in this hopper. If the furnace is empty, then the items in this hopper will quickly filter out, which leaves this hopper empty. And you could then use the binary signal off of this hopper, so is there an item in the hopper, is there not, as a way of saying, if the furnace is full of fuel. Does that make sense? So if the furnace is not full of fuel, what do? Stop this hopper? Is that really the answer? I think it's stop this hopper. So that way we don't put new things in to be smelted. Whoa, that might actually be the answer. That was kind of way easier than I expected it to be. If this hopper is empty, this torch will turn on. And we could even make this a little bit cleaner. Like this hopper requires, you know, a number of items equal to an output signal strength of 3, right? So that way it's not just tracking items that are moving through it. That way it actually has to have a buffer. Does that make sense? I mean, I just answered that question, Yolk. So we could then use the power. Oh, we wouldn't do it from the front because this is the fancy UI side. So we would say, I would need a composter. Composters are very lag friendly. And then something to put in the composter to give it a signal strength of anything. Anybody know what the signal strength of a 1-layer composter is? Well, hang on. This might be way harder. I just had a realization. Wait, this is bamboo, not charcoal. So what does this mean for bamboo? Dude, it would work perfectly with bamboo. It would not work with charcoal. But it would. Okay, so the problem with bamboo versus charcoal is charcoal smelts 8 items, whereas bamboo smelts 1/4 of 1 item. So if this were charcoal and we shut off this top hopper after we reached some threshold, then so we would allow 1 item in, which would immediately consume 1 bamboo, 1 charcoal in this scenario, which would immediately consume 1 charcoal, which would then pull 1 charcoal out of the hopper, which would then lock the top hopper. So we only smelted 1 out of a potential 8 items that the charcoal could handle. However, because it's bamboo and it smelts less than 1 item, and it doesn't matter if it's 1 or less, it will be fine no matter what. Because it smelts less than 1 item, so whenever we break the threshold, 1 item would be let through, which immediately consumes 1 fuel, which would then pull 1 fuel from the back, which would fall below the threshold again, thus locking the hopper. There will be 0 waste in that system. There would be waste if it could smelt greater than 1 item. But because we can only smelt exactly 1/4 of 1 item, there can never be waste. Does that make sense? Are we all on the same page? I mean, this works, right? So we're just taking an output of... So this has a signal strength of 1 right now, and it's being subtracted by a signal strength of 1. So 1 minus 1 is 0. There is no output. The torch stays on, which continues to lock our top hopper. And we'll just hold it. We'll add a few more items. So clearly we still have a signal strength of 1. And actually we can monitor this signal strength. Not that way though. We can monitor it this way. Yeah. Signal strength of 1. So 1 minus 1 equals 0 if the torch stays on. Still have a signal strength of 1. And let's go ahead. Do we have anything that we could smelt? No. It would be a bunch of cactus, and I don't have the cactus farm set up yet. Let's go get some more, whatchamacallit? Some more trees. a signal strength of 1. And see, we're gonna fill this up. And see, nothing happens. They just stall there because this hopper is forced in an off position. So it does not add our trees, nor would it add our kelp or cactus to the furnace until this reached a signal strength of 2. Because 2 minus 1 would still be 1, which would shut off this torch, which would shut off this redstone, which would allow an item through this hopper. But if you have 1 item in a furnace and 2 slow stream of fuel, it doesn't matter if the top hopper is locked, you won't finish cooking the item in the furnace. Okay, but you're right. Except we're observing the hopper behind the furnace and not the furnace itself. So the furnace will always have this buffer of 64 items in it. So I'll show you. So I gotta figure out what the threshold is that creates a signal strength of 2. Okay, there we go. We got our signal strength of 2. And see, we're counting down, and now our signal strength of 2 dropped to 1, which stopped the top hopper. And so now we've got, what is this? It wouldn't. Yeah. So now it stopped the top hopper. So these 44 logs are paused, right? And then we've got the 64 buffer that's always inside of the furnace. And then we have whatever's back here. So we have 64 plus 8 is 72. Alexa, what's 72 divided by 4?
72 divided by 4 is 18.
18. So we will be able to finish these logs, hopefully. It might be close. We should be able to finish the logs based on the reserves that we had in both of those systems. Maybe we increase the subtraction so that way we have more reserves. Does that make sense? So the higher we make this signal strength here, the more reserves we keep. Alexa, what's 50 divided by 4?
50 divided by 4 is 12.5.
Cool, we've got it. So the amount of buffer we would need inside of this hopper and furnace combined would need to be equal to the maximum number of bamboo we could harvest in a single harvest. Because that's how long that hopper would remain overfilled. Furnace can fill the input to a full stack though. Reserve has to handle a full input stack and you'll be good, I think. Furnace can fill the input to a full stack. I don't understand what you're saying, Yolk. Could you rephrase it for me? Furnace can fill the input to a full stack. Yes, but the input won't ever reach a full stack because it will only ever... This hopper will only ever... Actually, as I look at this, we definitely need a secondary hopper. We can't use the monitored hopper as our primary hopper. Because if I were to just dump like a stack straight into this, like as an example, I'm just gonna do it, a stack straight into it, now we have a huge signal strength. And this is bad because now we're emptying the hopper and that's wrong. And see, so that wouldn't have happened. And see, then we would have had some of our buffer remaining. So now this would remain off for a very, very, very long period of time until enough bamboo came through. And see, we have just one bamboo funneling in. And so okay, so this system will work. You arrived at what I was trying to say. Yeah. We got it now. So this is the answer. So we can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. Those are just so we can monitor it. So again, what's happening here is and so with this, it doesn't matter what the signal strength inside the composter is, or the signal strength that's created by the composter. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. And see, now I could put in, theoretically, this could be one gigantic harvest, and still okay, yeah, that's on, that's running. That could be one gigantic harvest, and it's working correctly. And then see, after a certain point, and see, we're still filling here, which is good. So Alexa, what's 40 times 4? That's 160. Never mind, Alexa. So 160. And we have way more.
I don't know that one.
Okay, stop. I told you never mind. And we have way more than 160 bamboo. So it is in the correct state. It wants more. It wants more wood, and that's correct of it. It's hungry. It's like, feed me more. At Nims, what are you making? A charcoal... No. A Furnace XP farm. Yes. So I'm working on the logic for a Furnace XP farm. So that way it's always in the correct position and it never breaks itself. And then obviously we have some sort of lever that's right here. And this is just a super basic lever. To pause the whole thing. Because what would happen is this would eventually completely fill up the output, in which case the player that stops the whole farm from generating experience, sure, but that's the player saying, I want to harvest that experience, so it's okay to stop generating right now. Can't you make a zero-tick XP farm so it's faster? Well, you would hook this up to whatever farm you wanted. However, zero-tick farms are being patched out of the game in 1.16. And so then I can grab this charcoal, and you can hear the experience, but you can also see it, experience gained, in the caption system. And then now that I've got my experience from the farm, I just turn that back on, and I'm telling the farm, okay, go back to generating experience for me. And then I just throw whatever. So we'll need access to a trash can in this thing. So we need a trash can nearby, because it's gonna create, depending on what we choose, it'll either create a crap ton of green dye or a crap ton of dried kelp. Do different things generate different experience when smelted in a furnace? Why don't you make a tree farm connected to your furnaces so the logs become charcoal, and then cook the wood with that charcoal with a little item elevator and hoppers. Hey, David. Hey, David. I love you, my dude. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Let me show you a thing. So, this is a thing. Yeah? Hang on. I set up my inventory incorrectly. I need to completely fill my inventory, and I forgot to do that. Okay. So look at this. Again, you're amazing. I'm not being sarcastic because it's a great suggestion, but I beat you to it. So here's my tree farm. It's obviously a pretty good tree farm. Like, my hands are... I can walk away. I'm not even close to my computer. I'm all the way over here. I'm nowhere nearby. I clap my hands. Okay, cool. I've established that this is a fully automatic, a fully AFK tree farm, right? Look at the saplings in my offhand. 64. It's 64 stable. That's because of the piston crushers from the side are crushing so many leaves that we get all of the saplings we need to perpetuate the farm for forever. Okay, what about the durability of my axe? Well, I'm standing, and this angle's gonna be a little bit weird, but if you look very closely, just behind me, every now and then you'll see some experience. You can hear the skeletons dying. Well, that's because they're being, oh, I accidentally moved my mouse. I bumped it. The experience is being created by, we can just be done with this actually. I made my point. The experience is being generated by the skeleton experience grinder is more than enough to keep my axe topped out in durability over long AFK sessions inside of the tree farm. Cool, yeah? Yeah. Lastly, where does all the wood go that we generated out of this farm? Well, we automatically send it over into this area through some bubble elevators and some filters and some hoppers, exactly like you said. So then we filter it into each one of the items that the tree farm can drop. So we have, this is saplings, we've got regular wood, we've got stripped wood, which is what I was just farming, apples, then it can do birch, so regular birch, stripped birch. There's sticks inside the farm, then it can do jungle, which I'm really proud of, so jungle saplings, jungle logs, stripped jungle logs. And lastly, we've got charcoal. So the way that this works is if any of our log chests overflow, then the wood, instead of being destroyed, goes through a furnace auto smelter. That automatically takes any of that overflow wood and smelts it into charcoal. You have an auto clicker. I personally have a macro on my keyboard, but the easiest trick that every Java player has access to is F3 plus T. So I'll just show you real quick on the fishing farm. So I'm gonna grab my fishing rod. I'm gonna walk up to a fishing farm. I get myself into the correct position. Now I'm not using my macros. I hold right click on my mouse like a normal human being. I press F3T. I release my right click and I Alt Tab. Now check this out. Let's go fishing Minecraft in the wiki. So I can do stuff on my computer while Minecraft continues to run with my right click input maintained. And everyone can use F3T. So yeah. And then you just click back into Minecraft and override that held state. So I have like a 60% keyboard and it doesn't let me do the F3T thing, so do you know a fix for it? Don't have a 60% keyboard. Auto hotkey is your next best bet. So it's creating a program that can push those buttons for you. Do you have a side screen or not? I have 3 monitors. You want to see my desk? I'm really happy with my desk. Hang on, let me find it. Hang on. I think I just have a photo on my desktop. I do. Want to see where I'm gaming right now? You want to see where I'm sitting? Well, this is where I'm sitting. A side screen. I have 3 screens. Yeah. So that's how I'm able to keep up with chat. Anyway, I do need more food. Why do you need 3? You only need... Because 1 for chat and 1 for game? Well, that's very presumptuous of you, but I'll show you. So here's monitor 1, which is obviously full screen Minecraft. Monitor 1, cool. Let me make sure that I don't have any sensitive information on any of the other monitors. And it doesn't look like I do. Okay, so there's monitor 1. Here's monitor 2. So you can see here that I have Discord open, so I'm able to chat with you guys and see this is where my mod posted the display for TNT stuff, and that's how I was able to see that. And so I'm able to like keep up with Discord and see what's happening in here, as well as OBS. So that way, this is what the streaming program that we use. So this is self-explanatory. And this is how I know what scene I'm on. So I can see I'm on desktop 2 right now. Well, technically desktop 3, but still, the numbers are arbitrary. And then the other desktop is here, which is you guys, which is chat room. This is how I can see you. This is how I read your message and see who follows me and see who gives me a tasty, tasty Prime sub. That's why I need trace monitors. Yeah, that was you. Do you have any TNT dupe farms? No, TNT dupe farms, in my opinion, are cheating, and I won't use them. But if you want to use a TNT dupe farm, well, I'll only judge you a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. I wasn't watching this. Is it still going? Oh, interesting. Did we get into a bad state? Ooh, we did get into a bad state. Well, I'm happy that we could get over here and see it, because that shouldn't be possible. So how does that happen? We gotta go get ourselves some more bamboo. I'll need these golden carrots. But it's a good bug? I disagree. I think that it trivializes some aspects of the game. I don't think I need 6 stacks. Or I don't think I need 8 stacks, I need 6 stacks. Okay, so the problem with this now is that if we put in a single, like a harvest of bamboo, let's say we only get a 3 harvest. All 3 of it's wasted with no output. Does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, that clearly makes sense. We got nothing for it. How do we get into this state? How did it get this bad? Okay, so it should just be an answer of like, we increase the buffer. That should be the answer. But how much? 40. We had 40 in there. And so we needed to have a buffer of 160, which 160 when it ran out, and we caught it right as it was running out. It was 42 in there, which is 168 of bamboo, and 168 bamboo. It would be, so it's 64 times 5. Alexa, what's 64 times 5?
64 times 5 is 320.
320. So that's a signal strength of 15. So 168 bamboo as a buffer in reserves is what we need. Right? So 168 is roughly half. Okay. So then we need an output signal of 7 or 8. Can a composter make a signal of 7 or 8? It can make a signal strength of 8. I don't think they can make a signal strength of 7 though. So if we make a signal strength of 8, then the buffer in the hopper, it won't turn on a single stack. It shouldn't turn on at 2 stacks. What is that signal strength at 2 stacks? It should be like a signal strength of 6 or 7 at this point. 6. Okay. So this should be, so that's 8. Okay, so then we could set this to compare mode. So where does it become signal strength 7? That's 7. So it's literally this block. I had it perfectly. So 2 stacks plus 31 is signal strength 7. 2 stacks plus 32 is signal strength 8. Wow, it's almost like it's just math or something. So if we set it to compare, then we will turn on whenever it rolls, as soon as we hit 2.5 stacks. Right? So we set that to compare, and we let exactly 1 stripped log through. Now let's emulate a large harvest. Okay, so now we have way more than that. And let's actually make this an even bigger harvest. I gotta head to bed. See you later, Zach. Take care, man. You need to lock the fuel hopper whenever you only have enough to smelt a full item inventory in the furnace. So example, lock the input for items at 4 stacks plus 8, giving you a buffer of 66 items. Well, I mean, isn't a bigger buffer just better? Because at some point, the rates become the same thing. And we're going to go ahead and pull some of this out. I mean, we just got to get up to 64. Yeah, so now what happens now that we're at 64? Yeah, so this will be an interesting test. Because we're about to drop below... We're waiting on that to hit 33, or 30. So let's go ahead and speed that up a little bit by setting that to like 35. And then we pull that out. And so now we're just a couple off. Okay. So there it locked the top hopper. So now we're at 64. And so now 64 times 4. Alexa, what's 64 times 4?
64 times 4 is 256.
256. So 64. I need 256 bamboo in here. So 64 times 3 plus 32. I'm not locking this high enough. It needs to be locked higher. So this isn't enough, right? Because this had 60. It had 64. Had 3 stacks plus 32, and it needs 4 stacks. So it needs to be a higher lock. And a composter can't do that. Okay, I mean, that's not that big of a deal. What's the next best thing to create a higher lock? A dropper? Probably a dropper. dispenser is the same thing, but it's way more expensive. Let's find a dropper. Okay, so this is going to break it, but for only a moment. Here, we should just destroy that, actually. I was choking on a cookie yesterday. Can I get an F in chat? No, but you can get some Satanist cookies. Let me catch up here. And another question, what is the point of putting two beacons next to each other? For multiple effects. That's how I'm able to get resistance 2, but then I have regen, and then just because there is no regen 2, I turned on strength 2. Or excuse me, strength 1. So that's why I have multiple beacons, like 2 beacons stacked. And they're at perfect positions around each other, so that way those effects are always active no matter where I'm standing in my base area. So that way I always, and the only things I really care about are resistance 2 and regen. The strength is just convenient. Dropper versus barrel. Which one is better for lag? I think they'd be the same. But I mean, but there's some questions with it, right? Are you at risk of villagers trying to path to your barrel? In which case, definitely use a dropper. Alternatively, if your dropper is at risk of being powered due to the complexity of your redstone, then use a barrel. That was a good question, though. How do you make a hotkey? With auto hotkey, did you download it? I mean, YouTube, my man. I'm not going to be able to walk you through that. Okay, so we need 4 stacks, right? So what is 4 stacks? What is 80% of 15? Alexa, what's 15 times 0.8?
15 times 0.8 is 12.
Okay, so it's 12. So we need to get a signal strength of 12. I'm just totally not even gonna think about math anymore, because that's like easy math. 80% of 15. 15 is divisible into fifths easily. Well, don't even care. I have a robot that I can make do it for me. All right, so I just need to get a signal strength of 12. So whatever that is. And then we keep that in reserves. Oh. Oh, we skipped 12. Okay. So it's 7 stacks plus 5 in this use case. So then we would be comparing to 12, so we turn on at 12. See, we're gonna run out here. This is a problem. So we've got 64 plus 18 to do 28. So 28 times 4 is going to be like 32 plus 80 is like 112. And we definitely don't have 112 bamboo. So this is broken. We're gonna shut this off and we're just gonna reset this, because that was not going to work. I think we subtract 12, so it turns on at 13. Do we turn on at 12 or do we turn on at 13? I don't remember our math now. We want to turn on at 4 stacks inside of this. So we want to turn on at 13, which means that we want... so we should be able to put the 4th stack in there, no problems, but 1 more bamboo should flick that torch. It didn't. So it got to be a little bit more. What is the signal out? 12 minus 12. So at what point do you become 13, you salty devil? I guess I would just need to divide. Let's do like 5 at a time. I'm somewhere near the 20 mark. So that let 13 through, which would I mean, 10 logs is only going to require 40 bamboo, so we should be fine. I think it was in the 21 ballpark, but I'm not sure. Okay, so we're gonna just pause this because it doesn't matter anymore. We'll set that up. Actually, we'll just do 1 at a time, it's fine. And there it went. We got 1 log through at 19. So that is... Is that a little much? Because we have 1 stack inside the furnace. And then how much do we have here? We've got 4 stacks plus 19. That seems like too much. We want the buffer to be as small as possible, so let's set this to compare mode. Okay, so then we're gonna pull out a bunch of stuff because I'm not interested in that. Because right here is 4 stacks, so this is fine. Yeah, 100%. This is perfectly good. Okay, so listen. If we opened this up and put a full stack of cactus or kelp or whatever our experience generating item is, if we put that full stack in here, then I'm trying to figure out the words. Then it would require 4 stacks of bamboo. Well, we have 1 plus 3, and it's still not opening the thing, which is fine. So how much more do we need to add to open up the thing? Dude. What is it? What's the number? Okay, so we need to take this down by 1. So this is 12 compared against 12, and this is still 11. So it's 59. Is that still too much? Can I get this down to 11? I guess that's just taking out 5 items. And now this is compared to 11. We'll pull that out, put that back in. And now 11 to 11 allows this to be on. So we turn at the 12 mark. No, we turn on at the 11 mark. Okay, so this is still running. Okay, so there's our 4 stacks. This is definitely the way I should have done it instead of trying to do math. Like, look at this. There's 1 stack, 2, 3, 4. That's what we need for a full furnace. So really, I just need to say, turn on at 10. So we can set this to be signal strength 10, and then compare 10 against whatever the output of this damn thing is, and then it'll turn on at 10. And see, there it goes. It turned on very nicely, right at 14 over three stacks. That's perfect. Let's see. Now it's completely paused again. And then we put in, you know, a small harvest. And now it's 10 compared to 10, so we get an output which shuts off the torch. And then once we drop below, so 9 compared to 10 is a 0 output, so the torch turns back on. So this turns into a binary 0. And then we have a NOT gate, which just does the opposite of its input. So the input is 0, so it turns it flips that into a 1, and then that 1, conceptually, we should not do that. We should have it here. Or we should take this, and this is probably a better answer. Yeah, I think I like that answer better. Anyway, because this way we also lock the hopper below it. That's a lot of bamboo. It is a little bit. Well, hang on. Does this actually need to be a special type of thing now? Because of how full it is. So it'll turn on at the 14 mark. Nothing. One more bamboo should roll it over. And it did. And it allowed in exactly 1 wood. Which is perfect. Oh, we never pulled that out. I see what the problem was. Blend. Okay, now what if we have a huge harvest? What happens? If we get rid of an extra hopper, hopefully an unnecessary hopper. Huge harvest, so we're gonna fill it completely full. And let's say that this is fake. Let's say our furnace wasn't ready. It still looks like it'll be fine. Even if we pull out this stack. No, it would still be fine. Even if we pulled out this stack, I think that's still okay. It would be a hair short. But then it would self-correct, right? Because we have to get up to... Okay, I see what the issue is. I got it. I see. So we're gonna do it a little bit different. I wanna be able to remove a hopper, which means that we need to have a 4 buffer inside of a single hopper, which means that I need to be able to set this guy completely full. So I'm not going to assume that the bamboo or the furnace has any sort of output inside of it. So we are going to set this back to compare to 12. Okay. And that way we keep 4 stacks for ourselves inside this hopper, which means that there's absolutely no chance that we could ever get into a false state. And see, yeah, it's just not possible. So this would be the worst case scenario. Yeah, it's just not possible here. So I think we've got our redstone. Yeah, cool. Is there a way that we could clean this up and make it any smaller? So we obviously don't need this. That's just to be able to watch the outputs. We don't need that. It's obviously just to be able to watch the outputs. Put that up, put that up, put that up. Fix my inventory a little bit. So the next concern that I have is I want to be able to shut off the hopper on top and only the hopper on top, because I don't want more. I guess we need 2 hoppers on top. So we would need something that goes into the top of the hopper, right? Is there a way that we can get a nice, pretty, fancy UI off of this? That's what I'm also trying to figure out at the same time. So, like, conceptually, I don't need it to be like this. We could just do it like this. But then we don't get our pretty UI. Unless we wanted to embed it behind slabs, or excuse me, not slabs, but stairs. Why shut off the top one? What do you mean? I don't know if I understand the question. See, we'll need a second hopper here, so that way we can make sure that this hopper is always full of items. Because if well, hang on a second. Thinking. I'm thinking, like, what can we just build a system directly into this, where if, like, this hopper is off and can't collect items from, say, the cactus farm, then it just puts them into trash can or something like that. So the water stream goes directly over top this, and I don't think it can. What are you even building? A furnace experience farm. So here, I'll give you a little bit of context. So I'm gonna take one item out. I'm gonna freeze this hopper on the bottom. I'm gonna put in one log here. And then get like a rubber band for my chair. Anyway. I pull the item out and listen and watch my captions. I gained experience, but I wasn't the one adding these items in. I gained experience equal to these items that came out of it. So you can use bamboo as a fuel source, and you can use either kelp. Oh, actually, we might be able to use kelp here. And then you can use kelp or cactus as a... Yeah, we would actually be able to use kelp here. You could use kelp or cactus as a smeltable item in order to then run hundreds of thousands of items through this furnace, and each time an item runs through the furnace, it stores some experience inside of that block. And then the player, whenever the player needs that experience, can just come up, flip the lever, then pull an item out, and hey, now you just get overwhelmed with experience. So considering that we're going to be AFKing a lot in order to get prepped for 1.16's release, which has now been announced for next Tuesday, considering that we're going to be AFKing a ton, I want to make my AFK sessions as valuable as possible. And this is another, this one's automatic. But it's another farm that we could have running automatically in our world. And so we've got the logic of it done. But now I want to figure out, like, how do we wire it up? How do we build the thing? Part of the conflict is how small this scale is. And do we want to... So I guess the next question that I need to ask myself is, does smelting cactus versus smelting kelp provide different experience? So this is the smelting wiki. Is there experience? Oh, paint. A note about fractional experience values. Okay, so right here, yes, okay, so it does provide experience, and it is fractional. So kelp into dried kelp provides 0.1 experience. So then we just need to do cactus into green dye. Dude, it's definitely cactus. It's 1 experience per cactus. Holy hell, dude. Yeah, that's why I didn't find it, because I searched experience and it's in the chart as XP. So let's double check this. A smoker would cook this twice as fast. So you would double this. Right? So it's because of how much faster you could do it, a smoker could do that, could create 2 experience in the same 0.2 experience in the same time that it takes a regular furnace to create 1. Whoa. So it's definitely cactus. So we hook this sumbitch up to cactus, and then we just let it ride. You can use kelp as the cookable and as the fuel, but only if there's player experience, because you can't directly put dried kelp back into the fuel spot. You have to convert it into a dried kelp block and then put that in, which means there's player interaction required. Wow, I can't believe that cactus is a full 1 experience per. Does dried kelp not work as a fuel? It does not. I'll show you real quick. I can't click it in there. I don't know if you can hear me clicking, but I can't click it in there. Yeah. You can use cactus as fuel as well, if I remember right. I don't think that's true. I gotta start going easy on my cactus supplies because I'm running out. No, you can't use cactus as a fuel source either. But see, that's the power of this farm, is you hook the fuel into the bamboo, and then you hook the smelt into the cactus, and like, you let it rip. Okay, so the thing that I wanted to see was, I don't want to destroy this because I think that redstone is flawless. So I just want to make another one because I want to test the redstone a little bit. So, and then we need a lever. Cool. And then instead of pulling it directly, I'm gonna do the trick where we can pull it through a block. So I'm gonna we'll pull it the other way. I need comparator. Do I not have any more comparators? Through a block into a torch. And it doesn't immediately have to be a torch either, because we're comparing signals, which means that the output of this signal is 0 until it suddenly becomes 12 or whatever. So we have plenty of room that we're not subtracting, which means that it's not going to be a weak little boy signal. Is there any other consideration for base fuel besides bamboo? No, not that I can think of, because there's nothing else in the game that you can use as fuel that is 100% farmable. Like 100% automatically farmable. Maybe like sticks from a witch farm could theoretically do it, but like you could combine the sticks from a witch farm, which is fully automatic, with sticks from... Nah? That would be it. I think that's the only other thing. Is there anything in raids that are smeltable? Or fuel sourceable? No. The crossbows might be, but that's AFK, that's not automatic.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's only bamboo. There might be some like really fringe stuff, but like bamboo is so easy that even if that thing is so fringe, even if there is a fringe thing that I can't think of right now because I have a meat brain that's dumb and doesn't think of things, even if there is a fringe object or a fringe form, then I don't think that it would be comparable to what you could do with a bamboo farm. So, okay, anyway, I need to be able to get these guys to work with water. That's the big thing. While also, I also wanted to have a clean front UI. So let's go get some, like, stone blocks. And let's just start reverse building things with, like, known truths. I mean, these are all known truths, right? So if I were to want to set it up this way, and then this hopper should go straight down into some sort of smart dropper that item destructs, right? I want a stair. Maretto, yeah. And 4 DJ? Well, yeah. Thanks, man. Like, we could come up with, like, a fancy UI like this. Do furnaces create... So, conceptually, we could have even... right? So now the bottom hopper is locked, and then with the up, the hopper is... So with the torch down, the hopper is powered, which means it's get experience time. With the torch, or excuse me, with the lever unpowered, that means that the hopper is... The redstone is off, which means the hopper is on, which means that it's farm experience time. So this could be our UI, right? This is our user interface. So now let's get the redstone from here. Let's now reverse engineer water streams and redstone. Is we're gonna have to leave 2 hoppers exposed, and that's all we want. I do not want to put another hopper in this system. Again, we've talked about world lag quite a bit, and we've done a lot of work to keep our world lag at like 19 MSPT, right? So I do not, under any circumstance, want to increase our world lag unnecessarily. MMR Retro, this is Josh, by the way. I know 2 Joshes. Maybe I know 3 Joshes.
Okay, I think I know 3 Joshes. Which Josh are you? That is the question. Yep, I got you. I got you. I got you. So I was like, we have 2 Joshes in the friend group that I was thinking of. And that was, honestly, I hope you don't take offense, but that was my immediate reaction, is we have 2 Josh in the friend group. And then I was like, wait, Selena's cousin's name is Josh too. That's 3 Joshes. Yeah, that's Candy Rabbits is Selena. Okay, so I need to take the compared signal, which we're turning into a binary output, and use that to lock the top hopper in a way that doesn't conflict with items moving through water stream conveyor belts. That's our current goal, that's our current objective. And then I also need to have a water stream that somehow leads into this hopper as well, that... Ugh. It's just so much. I think I want some trap doors, is what I want. Trapdoors can be waterlogged, can't they, chat room? I'm pretty sure trapdoors can be waterlogged. Let's go check before I commit. Hey! Ew. So we could waterlog this trapdoor. I could align the items. It just gets so weird. Because there's this like airspace underneath this hopper that I'm very concerned about losing items to. And then at the same time, how do I get this signal to... I mean, we don't... I guess we just continue to build as if this is our UI, right? This is what we're accepting that we will have in the wall, and this is how we're gonna have to hide things. So in an ideal world, I could just put the water here, and then the water would go right over top this hopper, and it would be great. Everything would be hunky-dory. But the problem with doing that means that we wouldn't have any room to power the hopper, to shut it off. Yeah, we wouldn't have any way of shutting the hopper off. Wait a second. Ooh, brain blast. Got it. I have the answer. I know the answer. Packed ice conducts redstone signals. What am I trying to make? We've pretty much got it, but it is a smart furnace experience farm. Yes. So whenever you smelt things in a furnace, it drops experience. Well, rephrase. Whenever you smelt things in a furnace, it generates experience. That experience is stored inside the furnace until the player uses it. You listen for the audio cue and watch the caption system in the lower right. So we gain some experience because we had 26 items that were smelted. So the goal is to run hundreds of thousands of items through a furnace, and then instead of it being 26 items and getting 3 experience, we'll have 100,000 items having run through the furnace, and so we'll get 250,000 experience, or whatever it is, right? So I'm working on creating a system that knows how much fuel it has, so it knows when to start smelting and when it needs to pause for optimum cook times of whatever we're smelting. That makes sense? Oh, okay, so you know the farm, you know what I'm talking about. So we could put the water stream conveyor belt there, and then I could take I mean, really, I'm just going to try to power this block. So we could do this in a really ugly way. That's something like, no, that wouldn't work. Because I also have to think that there's going to need to be some blocks here to give the water stream conveyor belt in. So we'll just do it again the super gross way for now. Disgusting. Which one of yous? Does it matter at all that it's on a delay? No, I don't think it does. Okay, so there's still a problem with this, though. And so now I do successfully have this hopper paused. See, no items are going to move. What, do I have a smeltable item? Yeah, they should be flowing into the furnace, but they're not. But now how do I, and I definitely have a water stream that can exist above this point. So a water stream that then we could then use to a water stream that we could then use to bring the items in and then destroy them if it's overflow. But how do I do the same thing for the bamboo? I need to be able to get a water stream into this point. And now I have redstone right on top of the hopper, which is really awkward. Will the hopper be locked due to quasi-connectivity? Thankfully, hoppers aren't affected by quasi. Thankfully. And that was a great question. I hate quasi so much. I want it to be patched out of the game like yesterday. So what I'm thinking I'll probably have to do is I'll probably have to do some sort of chest alignment. But then how do I get the item out? I think I still could. How do you align items onto a... Does that work? Can you still pick up items?
Yes, sick. Is there any other way to do this that's not a tile entity? You can use honey blocks too. They slow down. Oh. Josh, I didn't know you were a Minecraft expert. That makes sense. Honey blocks, while looking like a full block, do have strange hitboxes that this might work on. So my idea is then, nope, wrong height. Come on. I missed. Oh wait, it's not on this side anymore. We moved the bedroom. What about a chest cart unloader? So I have so much running in this world that my MSPT is at 21, and if I don't take great care, then I'm gonna scuff the world because of the amount of lag that I'm generating. That's usually what happens to my worlds. So I am doing my absolute best. That's why I don't want to use the Ender chest, because I would much rather something that's not a tile entity. Let's aim from this direction. So hopefully this, no, ends up in the hopper, and it did. So the question, that is cool. So what, I mean, this is it. This is the answer. We got it. It's done. So we could easily take, oops, I didn't mean to fall. We could easily take a water stream over the top hopper and like, no questions asked, because that's super duper easy. And then we could take a water stream into this hopper, and then we take the output this way. So the output, instead of going past, will be like that. So we run here, and then it would get collected, and then if it's not collected, then that must mean that it's full. So let's set up a water test, because I do worry a little bit about if water is going to play well with this. Yeah, sure. Okay, I don't think we need this anymore, but maybe we still do. I don't have any slabs. Yeah, this is okay. Yeah. 2 water buckets is all I need. Elytra durability check. Hey, Space Lamp with a 10-person raid. How's it going, Space Lamp? How's your stream, my dude? Okay, so that's good. Now the question, the big question. Did it get gathered?
Ooh, you know what we forgot about? I don't think it's that big of a deal, actually. We forgot the input into this guy. So this is supposed to be a compared signal against... Dude, Space Lamp, you're amazing. At Nims, what would be the worst death for you? I think that whenever I almost died to entity cramming when I fell in my villager breeder, that was a pretty bad death. Seven, okay. We need just more stacks. So this would be fuel. That goes in there. So it's 7 stacks plus 32. Did I get that right? Yeah, 12. And that then holds 4 stacks. Okay, chill. That should then hold 4 stacks of bamboo in the back hopper without turning on. So we then need to take this torch and run it into this repeater. Remembering that there's a water stream that exists right here. Well, I mean, I guess we could just use that, right? To our benefit. This is technically quasied, and we really don't want this guy to be quasied. If we can't get him to stop being powered via quasi, then we would have replaced that with a barrel, because it wouldn't matter for a barrel. We might actually change it to a barrel in the final design either way. Okay, so the question is, does it work? I need more bamboo to find out. What texture pack am I running? The Vanilla Tweaks texture pack, made by Sir Exuma. So conceptually, we have worst case scenario would be this corner. So we have a harvest, and we drop a bunch of bamboo in. Okay. So let's go best case scenario now, which is the opposite corner. All right, interesting. So we need to make sure that the bamboo is aligned to the inner wall and not the outer wall, because as soon as it enters the momentum of the honey block, or excuse me, as soon as it enters into the momentum of the water stream, it will push it just far enough forward that... That's kind of crazy, actually. How do items not get stuck on the edge here? Wait, they will. So this whole thing needs to be honey. Because see how I'm able to get stuck? Huh. I mean, it's still a good idea. More honey is required, that's all. This stream is not sponsored nor affiliated with honey in any way. But honey, if you're watching, $200. Well, use chests too? I don't want to use chests because chests are tile entities and tile entities create lag. So no tile entities. Then we're really going hard trying to reduce the amount of lag in the world. So again, can we, what happened to all the wood? Okay, there's all my wood. So this is currently off, which means this is off, which means that we must have more than, okay, now are you on? No, why are you not on? You have 4 stacks. You should be on. Now are you on? Okay. And you should turn on at like 5. No. When do you turn on? Was it 9? Off, rather. Was it 14? Wait, maybe it was 15. Okay. The signal strength of this dude should be like 12 or 13. Okay, so now he's off. No, he's still off at 20. He's on at 18. At 19, he turns off. Okay, cool. I like this. So this is the correct strength then. Everything is set up correctly, is correct, is correct, is correct. So then we add a bunch of bamboo. Okay, so we definitely can't use the inner wall. We have to align to the outer wall, which just means that we have to do some fancy things with our conveyor belts. See, that then gets collected, which shuts off this line, which would turn on the hopper up top, which would allow logs to begin to enter the furnace. When did you change the elytras? Like 3 or 4 streams ago on one of my Phoenix Wings. And then once we drop down to a point that is below, what is it? 15, I forgot what the number was already. Once we drop down to a point below that, the redstone line would shut off and the whole thing would pause. So I guess we want more stripped oak logs. I think you can use iron bars to help align it to the right on the start. Yeah, you can. Iron bars can be waterlogged. But we could also just align it by how we shape the water. So by making left turns and right turns in the water stream. And this is just a prototype anyway, so I'm not super concerned with getting it exactly right. Let's put those extra in there. What day am I on? 2,693. Okay, so from this point, we've now paused the smelt item input. So we won't pick up any more smelt items. We definitely want another hopper. The more and more I think about it, we want one more hopper up top. Because we want this hopper to be always on. Same thing with we want this hopper to be always on. So this whole water stream could go up by 1. It still doesn't change the fact. Yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, that whole water stream goes up by 1. I really want this hopper to lock, but I'm thinking about it, and if that hopper locks, it only unlocks in the intermittent windows where we have enough fuel. Which means that we could never build up a supply. So it's really which thing do we want to be waiting on, I guess. Do we want to be waiting on fuel, which is what we'll do if we have an unlocked hopper, or do we want to be waiting on smeltables, which is what we'll do if we have a locked hopper? So do we want to wait on fuel, or do we want to wait on locked hoppers? Or excuse me, fuel or smeltables? What do we think that we're going to be getting? What will result in the highest experience per hour? Can't you use the same coal the wood gives to smelt more? Kind of, but that would require me to be AFK at my tree farm. And like, I don't want to be AFK at the tree farm the entire time. I want it to run fully automatically. And by using bamboo and cactus, it's completely automatic and not AFK. So what gives us the most experience per hour? Waiting on smeltables or waiting on fuel? I don't know. Are you looking for XP to mend or to gain levels for enchanting? I'm looking for XP, I'm looking for levels to flex on people. I'm level 387. I don't need experience for enchanting. Sometimes to mend, I would say. Sometimes. But not frequently, because there are other faster ways of... I guess it wouldn't be faster, because this would literally just be flip a lever and then, like, mend. Wait! That might be the answer. What does the lever control? Could the lever force... Wait, Jimmy Neutron Brain Blast. If I want to use the XP farm, if I want to harvest the XP, then the lever needs to pause the items in the output, yes, which it already does, but it needs to let the top hopper open up so that way we can get new fuel in the furnace. Which means that we want an infinite supply of... I guess it could... Hang on. It could stagnate either way. If we're waiting on fuel, then unflicking the lever... No. If we're waiting on fuel, then that's good, because that means that we still have our fuel reserves. So we would want to, by flicking the lever, we would want to open up our fuel reserves. So that means that we want a infinite amount of wood, of smeltables, and we want to be waiting on fuel. Yes. And now, what was that noise? Selena? So the output of this lever... Firework, I think? Oh yeah, that's right. 4th of July is in like 2 weeks. You could also control the output by the size of the container. Let's see, 12 sacks of smelted cactus meant to pick, then have 6 empty chest slots, 5 hoppers, and then 1 furnace. That's interesting, but not what I'm interested in. So it's more about the flex and less about mending. And if I'm just gonna go for the mending, then I mean, I'm totally fine with getting extra experience to flex. So I'm okay with that. This would need to control I would need it to open my fuel. No, I would need it to open, so we would have a huge amount of fuel in reserves. Yeah. Even if we're out of fuel, it would still have a huge amount of fuel in reserves. Because we store 5 stacks plus 19. And the most out of that 5 stacks plus 19 that we could ever use is 4 stacks, which means that we will still always, no matter what the state of this farm is, have 1 stack plus 19 of fuel. Always. So if I want to harvest the experience, then I need to let a item in, and then freeze the farm while that item is in there, so that way I can harvest it. So how do I let the item in by flicking the lever? It would be to shut off that torch. Well, what's another way that we could shut off the torch? We could set up another compare signal. So we could compare... So then we could use the 19 that is guaranteed to be in this hopper, because 16 times 4 is 64. And so we've got 64 right here, plus, you know, this amount. So we're gonna use all of this, and then we'll have, you know, what was it, 19 remaining? 40 is what it was remaining at that point, based on just how we had added the items. So we will always, okay, cool. So I want to take, that needs to get controlled by that, which means that we need this to be a, I need to get a redstone signal into this, is what needs to happen. So there will always be redstone here. And this should be in subtract mode. And then we need to get the signal out of this. We would need a repeater. Don't stand up. Damn it. How many chests of this will you need? I mean, not a lot. I'm not really caring about the storage of this. I just wanted to continuously run, so that way we have like a automatic experience farm, the same as everything else. So I mean, at this point, that's pretty much the answer. Except this needs to be a higher signal strength. It's just awkward because I want to put the repeater here, but like, can't do that. So like I could put the repeater here, I could put the repeater here. You could have multiple modules to cut down on the buildup of entities. So what I plan on doing with the excess entities is I plan on just dropping them into a cactus. So that way they're just destroyed. I don't have to worry about it. That's what we've done for basically the rest of the base. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is true. And that reduces the amount of redstone, which reduces the amount of lag of the world. So this... Why is this on? Oh, because it's been on this entire time. And see, then I'm able to gain the experience. And then we wouldn't care about this, so we would have a trash can somewhere in this room. We'd have a trash can somewhere in the furnace experience room, so that way we could destroy it. You push them back into the refill system. What do you mean, them? What is them? I'm so confused. Okay, so this wouldn't need to exist. Actually, that one would. Nope. That one would. The items that would go to the trash back into the refill system. So we would be adding bamboo and nope, they're item entities. So they're still entities, which means that they're still creating lag. I want them to do their purpose, and if they're done with their purpose, disappear. I have to be so careful with the lag that I generate in this world. All right, so this would go up. We would definitely have a full storage system worth of smeltable items. This honey was a really clever suggestion, though. I really like that honey. Damn. And then we would run the ice for this bad boy, like this, which still results in basically the same thing. And then we just water stream in and over, in and around, and it's good. And then we will always have, let's shut that off. Yeah, perfect. See, so it's just sitting in there, but nothing's happening because this hopper is shut off. And it will be shut off until this hopper has 4 stacks of items in it, because that's what we're saying. That's what we're basically comparing the signal strength against. So it was a signal strength of 12, I believe. So it's going to stay off until its signal strength reaches 12. Actually, until it reaches 13, because we've set it to subtract mode. And upon reaching the 13th signal strength, it would turn on, this comparator would, which shuts off this torch, which shuts off this redstone line, shuts this off, which would allow it would start allowing logs through, which would start to use our fuel, which would eventually bring the fuel back below the 13 signal strength output. So the system would be in balance with itself. Cool. Now, if the player is ready to gather the experience, if the player is like, oh, hey, I want this experience now, you would flip the lever. And the lever would allow well, not in this case, because we don't have the 19 buffer, because there should be some buffer in this chest. The lever would allow the buffer to happen, which means that the player could then gather the experience that's been building up inside the furnace. I think we're done. I think we've got it. We could destroy all of this system now. My inventory is a disgusting mess. See, it's still not turning on. And at this point, it probably will. Nope, still not 4 stacks. So, still won't turn on, which is perfect. We don't want it to turn on yet. It hasn't, we told it not to. And so it's listening. It's doing its job. Too many. Oh, we had extras. I guess we could save the charcoal. Something keeps shutting that portal off. That means that there must be an entity moving through the world. So I don't know if, which is probably a zombie pigman. So we still haven't gotten the zombie pigman to stop walking forward with our turtle egg. So is your farm running dependent on the signal strength? Yes. So, so I'm using a bunch of like comparators. So this comparator is being in subtract mode, and it's saying it's being subtracted by 12, I believe is what this is. So it can't turn on until the signal strength out of this hopper is 13. Upon that hopper reaching a signal strength of 13, or you know, what is that, like 75% of the way full, I think is what we're saying. It's something like that, 75, 80% of the way full. Once that hopper is 80% full, simple math, the signal strength would become greater than what it's being subtracted against. So 13 minus 12 would give me a signal strength of 1. The signal strength of 1 would shut off the torch, which shuts off this redstone line, which shuts off this repeater, which shuts off this block, which would allow this hopper to turn on. That hopper turning on would start to place our smeltable item into the furnace, which would start the experience generation process. Once our fuel reserves drop below 80%, the comparator will shut off, which will turn on the torch, turns on the redstone, turns on the repeater, which stops the hopper from moving items. So then we will stop smelting our smeltable item, which puts the farm into a pause state. So it's in like homogeneous balance with each other. And this is important so that way the player always has the ability to pull the fuel when it wants. And even more than that, we've created a buffer because bamboo only smelts 1/4 of an item. So now we can never have, it is absolutely impossible, based on the redstone logic that we've coded into the machine, it is impossible for us to have more smeltable items than we do fuel. So our minimum fuel are obviously the max smeltable items is 1 stack. So I'm just gonna call it 1. So max smeltable is 1 stack. But max fuel, or the min fuel would be a better way of putting it. The minimum fuel state is, I believe it's 5.5 stacks. Well, considering that bamboo can only smelt 4 items, so it's a ratio of 4 to 1, and our minimum state is 5.5 to 1. We are above the 4 to 1 requirement, which means that this farm can never bad stall. Which is what all the redstone, yeah, I'm proud of it. It's cool. Are you left-handed? Will you press Alt F4? Have you died on this world yet? Is that a left-handed chair? Thanks for taking time to answer my questions. I am not left-handed. I will not press Alt F4. Have I died in this world? Obviously not, because it's a hardcore world, and if I died, this world wouldn't exist. I have popped totems. So totems I should have died, but then a totem kept me alive. And is that a left-handed chair? You can't see my chair, so that's a weird question. But even if you could see a chair, what chairs, I guess school chairs, have a preference towards hand? Either way, no. My chair is ambidextrous. Unless it crosses a chunk border. Ooh, that's a good question. Not hypoxid. Ooh, the room that we want to put it in is at the junction of chunks. Well, fee fi fo fum. We'll have to be careful. Okay, so the drowned farm. So we were very fortunate with our river. We were very fortunate with our river. So you can see what I've highlighted here in the gravel. That's the edge of the river. So you can see in some areas, the river actually extends further than what the water denotes. So I then cloned that. Through great time and effort, I rebuilt that entire river up here, matching it exactly. So then we have a bunch of water streams that follow that bizarre shape. Okay. And then, why are you chasing me? That's very odd. Normally they don't chase me. Is it because it's nighttime that they chase me? Oh, let's get out of here. That could have been bad. It's theoretically possible that I could have landed inside of that and then I could have died. That was a really bad interval throw. Anyway. So now we have all of their spawning areas mapped out, filled with water through great time and effort. We then have a series of trapdoors that leads over a gap with an egg serving as bait. Past the egg, I then have a carpet with some string underneath it to keep the carpet up. Mobs don't see carpet, so they see this as an open hole that they can just drop through. So then when the player is in the farm, swinging away at drowned, and the reinforcement mechanic kicks in. So I'm talking about when you hit any sort of zombie, he then calls more zombies to come help him. Some of those drowned will be attracted to the turtle egg. Some of them will be trying to get to me. And so by the positioning of the turtle egg and the positioning of the carpet hole, either way, all the drowned are led into this killing chamber where I can just spam them with my sword, and I have a macro that's spamming left click for me. And so now I'm just farming drowned for days. Similar mechanic for zombie pigmen? Yeah, with 116 breaking gold farms, it definitely will be a similar mechanic. Really, the left click or the left click spam comes from whatchamacallit. The left click spam comes from raid farms. But either way, this is gonna be where we call it a stream. Oh no, Streamlabs chat is broken. Well, that feels a little bit bad. I'll have to look into that tonight. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. We got a bunch of love, a bunch of support. Dude, I gotta get shout-outs in here. Space Lamp, Aphios, Benjamin, JG, Lucky Puppy, Mr. Pants, One More Blue, Tail, Eltrian, Clawley, potentially Eric, Candy Rabbits. Did I say Elden already? I'll shout him out again. What up, my dude? Thank you guys for the love and support tonight. We also got a bunch of follows today, and that was awesome. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight, guys. We'll be live, same time, same place, tomorrow night. I'll see you there.